Alrighty, so want to say it looks like Starry Studios and NetEase are finally making some progress with their choices for Twitch drops. Uh, Twitch drops are such an underused thing, in my opinion. It really, I was thinking about this the other day because somebody was asking me, they're like, where should I start streaming? And I said, well, given the ease of multi-streaming on OBS now, you can multi-stream directly from OBS. You don't need to use restream.io. I said, you should really be multi-streaming everywhere because I know Twitch doesn't like it, but Twitch is going to have to, Dan Clancy and Twitch and Amazon, they're all going to have to get together and they're going to have to realize people are trying to make a living doing this. This isn't, there are an awful lot of hobby streamers, and hobby streamers, they're not impacted the same. But Twitch drops are the thing that Twitch should be leveraging to game companies. Just say, hey, we have this feature that creates a symbiotic relationship between all of us. It creates a symbiotic relationship between the streamer and the company, because I have to stream for my viewership to get these items. And what it also does is it creates a bit of a urgency. It creates a bit of a necessity for people to stay in the category longer than they might normally want to. And what this actually does is it means I might only want to stream this. I might only want to play this game 4 hours this week. And for me, that works out perfectly because 4 hours is about the length of one of my shows. So I may decide I only want to stream this game for 4 hours. And then my community shows up after I've been streaming for like 2 hours. Well, now I don't want to not stream, because then I run the risk of, and if you're thinking about this from a livelihood perspective, then I run the risk of members of my community who want the drop going to another streamer for 2 hours to finish out their 4 hour block. They might actually find somebody they like more. And for me personally, I would love for my community, if my community can find people that they enjoy more, then do it. Like, go ahead. But the average streamer can't afford to lose their viewership, so they're going to be like, if they have a handful of people that say, hey, can you stream another hour so we can finish our drops, then that streamer stays in your category a longer period of time. That's the symbiotic relationship that you want with the game. And then it creates a relationship between the game developer and Twitch, because if the game developers, Sprocketbot is here, ready for duty. Meow is a pull command for something I run locally. Only Sprocketbot can trigger it. It's a little program I'm running is looking for Sprocketbot to say meow. So then what you end up with this really, really, really good symbiotic relationship between the company and Twitch, because although the company does the Twitch drops through Twitch, if I'm going to use Ashes of Creation because it's a game that I did a lot of marketing pre-thought for. If I was Intrepid Studios, I would absolutely have a Twitch drop campaign set up for November. If November is supposed to be this big marketing push for me, then I absolutely would have Twitch drops set up so that I can make sure the most amount of eyes possible are on my big marketing push. Now, well, that was weird. Where the fuck did the floor go? I had once said I'd once asked Steven if they were ever going to do Twitch drops, and Steven said no. They weren't planning on doing Twitch drops. Which is, well, Steven didn't say that. Margaret said that. Which is a shame, because right now, I think if you looked between Once Human and Ashes of Creation, I believe you would find Once Human has more viewership by probably an order of magnitude of 15. Twitch drops are great. Twitch drops are one of the most underutilized marketing tools ever, because Twitch drops are a great way if you support a streamer, but you don't necessarily like every game that streamer plays. A Twitch drop is going to be baiting the hook. Like, yeah, I really like the streamer, but the streamer has decided to start playing games that I don't necessarily enjoy. But since I have these free things for this game, maybe I'll go check out that game. I think if YouTube, Kick, DLive, Trovo, any of these other competing companies want to seriously be a competition for Twitch, they're gonna have to come up with an equivalent of the Twitch drop. And until they have it, they run the risk of companies that have a good marketeer saying, what is it we want? We want to get people into the game. We want to get people checking out our game. Okay, how do we do that? You can even, in theory, the fuck did my chat just go? You could, in theory, do free access to your game. Is that the Fire Shadow Beast pet? No, that's the Lunar. I have the Lunar and I have the Magma, but I don't have a decent Magma yet. I do love the new Fusion. It's just gonna take. Oh, they gotta let us merge in Eland because I have tens of thousands. No, I really have close to 2,000 in Eland. They gotta give us the ability to merge in Eland, or this is never really gonna work for me. It's gonna take forever. Yeah, Magma. I ran Shadowhound last night a bunch of times. I got my time down to under a minute. Like, Ral was giving me shit. He's like, well, fine, fuck it. Now your new goal is like 30 seconds or something. In the 30 seconds, some shit. Like, fuck. I think I did it in 52 seconds yesterday. 54 seconds, maybe. That's cooking. Oh, hey, look at this. Oh, look at that. A 5-4. Nice. See, now we're gonna be merging like this right here. So the resource production interval for crafting is reduced by 15%. So now I have this stat on a harvest seed, and I also have Rise and Shine. Rise and Shine. Can the fusion system create hybrid power deviant? I don't quite grasp what you're saying by hybrid power. Right now, the sad part of the system is it's very unpredictable. So I thought, because my first one went straight shot upgrade, that you would upgrade. It's actually possible to put in 2 5.5s and not get a 5.5 back, which I think is going to be a really big downside to this system. I don't think people are going to be happy about that. Like Xenoware that can clone itself like Shadowhound. No, right now you can't. To the best of my knowledge, the only thing you can move around are the traits. Now, I did see on the deviation scenario. Let me pop over there real quick, because what you're asking about is kind of possible in the deviation scenario. But this is going to take a lot more investigation. But no, on the regular scenario, when it goes into your backpack, all you can move around are the traits. But where did I get... Wait, where do you get... I don't know what CEF is on TAT. So, like, for example... You have the Fetch-a-Lot Bunny, and it has Bunny Crouch, it has Provoke, and it has Savage Strike. And then you take the Flame Essence, which has Blazing Cloak, Flame Bullet, Self Recharge, and Incendiary Bullet. When you put these in, you can end up with a Flame Essence that actually has Savage Strike. Or so I thought. Hold on, let me see. I wish they made these menus a little bit better. Well, apparently you can't. Nope, apparently you can't do that either. Then like I said, I was looking at something last night, and apparently you can't get that. Yep, so I guess it doesn't look like you can do that either way now. I must have moved Provoke over to something. Let me see, which one did I? Oh yeah, it's Provoke. So you'll see this one doesn't have Provoke. This one only has 3 abilities, 3 techniques. This one has 4. So whatever I was merging and playing with yesterday, because I made a couple over here, I ended up moving Provoke over onto a Party Monkey where my other Party Monkey doesn't have it. So you mess around with the gels, you can control the rarity, but you have to be careful. Yeah, you have to... It's gonna be a lot of work to understand this system, considering it's very rare that you have enough. Like in the normal server, I do not have enough deviations to even start doing like controlled testing. And I'm gonna have to make some room in my bag, because the last thing I want today is to not be picking up deviations. The problem with bringing an alt over is I could do that, but I'm gonna have a minimum a minimum 6-day 23-hour wait period, because you can't merge linked deviations. The hell is the storage terminal? What is this? What the fuck is this? I didn't see this in the patch notes. I like it. I didn't see it in the patch notes. What the fuck? You can... It's the missing link. It's the... we can see all... Oh, I like it. It's all of our... It's all of our chests. It's all of our chests in one... In one storage chest. That right there is... That is worthy. Oh man, that makes my life. You thought that was how we send stuff to Eland? No, this is something that I've been saying shows all the storage crates within a single territory in one view, meaning now, right? Oh, I guess the big question is, can you swing into the shop? I'm gonna just drop it right there. Can you see if you can access that? If you can't access it, axolotls it. If you can't axolotls it, then it's half value. But if you can access that, then that is... We no longer have to do any of this shit. We can just fucking build chests, throw them in a fucking box, and that's the end of it. That's gonna make... That makes me so happy. Axolotls it. You can? That's awesome. That is... that is making me happy in all the wrong places right there. That's the EVE Online thing. Time to build an Amazon warehouse. Exactly what it's fucking time to do. So that means... Oh, wait a minute. Rel, can you see my deviations in that? Because the second tab is deviations. Or can you not... Does it not reflect the deviations I have in there? Holy shit. Because yeah, that's all my deviations. Click display mode. Where's display mode? Oh, overview mode. Large crate. Oh, there you go. Oh, so you can... Oh, that's cool. But yeah, are you able to see that tab? Are you able to see my deviations? I'm going to imagine you can't. Okay, so what they did is on your... Because you don't have any deviation storage crates on my property, you see that as blank. Okay, so that is... That is amazing. Man, why do people do this shit? Why do people gotta be like this? I want to give a shout out to Saribot right there. This would really fucking rock if they bring back guild bases. Oh, absolutely it would. Do I still have that giant fire pit? Yeah. Oh shit, it was right there. That thing? How the fuck you have no copper ingots? Might be a step toward it. Could very well be a step towards it. They could very well have realized the way the base was organized previously wasn't conducive to good functionality. And so they're trying to fix that before they bring the guild bases back. But that makes me happy. No, I meant me. How did I not have? I usually keep copper ingots on me. This right here is another great feature of the game. You're getting a bunch if you need more than that. Allowing people to share cosmetics with 3 people. That was one of the smartest it was. If I was stuck in the once human world, what would be my first move? How would I try to survive? That's a great question. If I was trapped in the once human world in any survival game right now, I would make a spear. And I would make a spear because a spear is nothing more than a stick with a sharp end. And a spear allows you to keep all the fucking zombies away from you. And then the second thing would be, I would focus on getting a spear, getting clean water, getting food, and then I would loot the shit out of everything I could. And I would absolutely try to find a bookstore or a hardware store, because in most bookstores they have a how-to section. I would loot the shit out of that, because then I would spend my evenings thinking about all the things I don't know how to do. And then the fastest way to survive a zombie apocalypse is to find a 2-story house. And if you know anything about carpentry, just all you have to do to stop zombies from getting up on the 2nd floor is rip up the stairs. So in less than a half hour, 45 minutes, you could take out 4 or 5 of the stairs, and once you get those upstairs, you just rebuild them, put them on a hinge. So when you go upstairs, you just pull the stairs up with you. That way there's no zombies sneaking in. But I think a lot of people would go like, well, I'd find a gun store. I don't want a gun. I want a gun for killing other humans, but I don't want a gun for shooting zombies. I want a bow or a crossbow or a spear. I don't want to make a lot of noise. But yeah, my first thing, get a spear. First thing, get a spear. Yeah, you could do that to an apartment building. Take a sledge to the stairs. Yep. I think we need to establish a few rules here. We do have to establish a few rules. And the first rule is there are no rules. Oh, we have to establish, are these slow ass zombies? Are these 28 days later zombies? Are these Resident Evil zombies? Are these early Resident Evil zombies or late Resident? Yeah, these are all important questions, man. Now you're asking the right questions. Which flavor of zombo are we dealing with? Absolutely correct. I like my zombies to be slow. I'm not a big fan of these racing at me zombies. The zombie apocalypse is supposed to be fearful because you're never making any positive progress. Like, you're supposed to be constant fear around every corner, not adrenaline rush around every corner. So no, that oh shit, I dumped all that in there. That's fine. Take that back. I like slow zombies in fiction a lot more too. Somehow it underlines how futile in the end unescapable they are. No, you're absolutely right. You're I think The Walking Dead was really, really good at first. And then The Walking Dead, in my opinion, got a little silly. Just a little silly with now all of a sudden we have zombies that are opening doors. What's the freakiest creature to you and once human? I know, I'm so confused. The humanoid with lamps or briefcase heads. Oh, Brandon, the reason why I think what a lot of people don't realize about Once Human, because they can't really say this. This is inspired by SCP. What they do, in my opinion, they do a terrible job of is telling you that this is Lovecraftian horror. So the stoplight head or the TV head, the wonderful collection of where the fuck are they? The wonderful collection of weird mobs. That's all because it's Lovecraftian horror where they're being like transformed. They're being transformed by their own internal view, their own internal nightmare. I wish if you ever look through, what is it? Endless Dreams opening video. They did a very good job with Endless Dream. Setting the stage. Like, why is it like that? They did a very good job with that. Yeah, the idea that when they freshly turn, they're still quick, and then kind of like Return of the Living Dead. Walking Dead zombies were not a massive threat in later seasons in the same way since groups learned how to control them and zombies began falling apart. You're right. Which tools did zombies in the first season of The Walking Dead use? I think you might be thinking of George Romero's movie where they used basic tools. But to me, back to the question that was asked, to me the freakiest creature in Once Human is the boss in EX1. The stoplight that is trying to kill you. Also, the whole fact that Rosetta has these oh yeah, there wasn't there? Yeah, when they're trapped in the the clothing store. I hope this game survives what I believe is to be the pending Nintendo calamity. I put a video out yesterday. Starry Studios is doing a crossover with Palworld. Once Human's doing a crossover with Palworld. I think that's a really dangerous thing to do. You have no idea how it works. They gotta shoot the lights. I think doing a crossover with a game company who's currently being sued by one of the largest game companies is really, really dangerous. Now, I think Nintendo is full of shit with the way they're trying to win their lawsuit. Pokemon, Pocket Monsters, Digimon, Digital Monsters. Okay. I get it. You want to protect your intellectual property. I get that. But you don't need to file your copyright paperwork in such a way that it makes, like, the gaming community, first of all, fucking hate you. Yeah, exactly. Nintendo used to be a beloved company, and now they're acting like the fucking Gestapo mafia. It's me, Mario. I'm a lawyer. I'm gonna take all of your Luigis. Like, dude, why are we, like, if you think that Palworld is ripping off your game, then why don't you make a better game so that you don't have to worry about the competition? Like, I laughed about something. What if, and I mean this sincerely, what if the makers of EVE Online have secretly been working on an EVE Online 2? And as soon as Star Citizen launches, they announce their new game, and they're like, oh, we got a new game coming out as well. Like, what if they've just been letting Robert Space Industries spin their wheels for like 14 years to build up all the hype? Yeah, the way Nintendo is handling this whole thing, I won't ever purchase anything Nintendo. And I kind of feel the same way. Like, Nintendo is kind of irritating. Can I leave him? Oh, there it is. Nintendo is kind of irritating with this whole we're gonna sue everybody that tries to make a version of anything we make into the ground. Well, what's wrong with you? Like, why are you like this? Why are you behaving this way? Don't behave this way. Don't behave this way at all. Make good products. If somebody can make a better version of Pokemon, then you need to step up your game. And I've looked at both. And I see similarities between Pokemon and Palworld. But, you know, I see similarities between a lot of things, but that doesn't mean you ripped it off. It means you were inspired by. we gotta get into a better fucking state of the world where, you know, people aren't trying to quash creativity. Like, do you really believe Pokemon fans? Yeah, if your product was good, you wouldn't have anything to be worried about. Players have been begging them to make a better game. Don't pitch a fit when those fans grow up and make the game they got tired of asking for. Exactly. Absolutely. Exactly. Don't get mad. Don't get mad when people grow up and decide we're gonna make the game that we've been asking you to make because you refuse to make it. That's a great way to say that. That's an absolutely great way to put that. Come on, man. Hello, Athena. No, Athena, that is the microphone. The people need to hear me. The people need to excuse you. I don't want to. I don't want to play with you right now. I would like you to be a good cat. Could you be a good cat? Oh no. The Lord of Moonlight found me. Shit, another fool over there. Go away. I needed to change up my build just a little bit. And this is going to be, so this is a spot where I'd like to say to Starry Studios, make up your mind if you're going to be an RNG based game or if you're going to not be an RNG based game. I don't mind if you have RNG, but give people a way, like make RNG a reward and allow people to accomplish their goals through hard work. And what I mean by that is there's already somebody with a 5.5 lunar zap cam. And that's great. We're on the whatever, the third day of the event or the fourth day of the event. And that's fine that somebody has a 5.5 lunar zap cam. But make it so that those lunar crystals can buy at the end of the visional wheel, can actually buy the deviations. Like, go the whole season without it. But if you're gonna give away the items, like the dedicated to the event items, then let people get the tangible physical reward at the end of the scenario as well. I like Pokemon, but I noticed the freak keeps changing the formula and take away things people like, such as Mega Evolution. Fans get frustrated. Also, no new combos. Why is there never a ghost normal type? How do some most obvious dragon Pokemon lack dragon moves? They make weird decisions. They do make weird decisions. I will be the first to say I'm not a Pokemon fan. I'm not a Pokemon fan. I've never been a Pokemon fan. I never will be a Pokemon fan. My kids never really got into Pokemon. With that said, I think they built an amazing franchise, and I think they need to protect their amazing franchise. But they don't need to protect their amazing franchise by pissing off their own player base. And you're right. They need to look at it and they need to say, okay, we've been doing Pokemon for how many years? Oh shit, I killed myself. We've been doing Pokemon for how many years? What is this next evolution gonna look like? What does the future of Pokemon hold? It's like, I don't like what they're doing with Magic the Gathering, but I haven't been a Magic fan for years. But you're taking Magic to these like ridiculous lengths. But I like the commander decks, and I've seen people's commander decks and they've explained commanders to me, and I'm like, you know what? In my opinion, that shit's just dumb. But it's the direction they went. But now it's like Final Fantasy crossover, this crossover, this crossover. Did you run out of original ideas? Because it sounds like what happened was you ran out of original ideas. It sounds like you didn't know how to make like another Fallen Empires. Like you didn't know how to make something good. But if they're doing it to if they're doing it to keep the, how shall we say, the franchise going, then that's good. If they realize this is the only thing we can do to keep the franchise going, then let's do it. Dungeons and Dragons is another one. I think I have not gotten one deviation from doing this yet. I really do believe Dungeons and Dragons Wizards of the Coast are fools. And they're fools because apparently, allegedly, working with them for Larian Studios was very difficult. Something Ashes of Creation was going to do that I thought was a great idea. It never materialized, but I thought it was a great idea. Remember when Steven said there was going to be a Pathfinder campaign published years ago? We heard once it's almost done. That's a great idea. That's an awesome idea because it takes creative time. It takes creative time for you to build a tabletop setting, because it's not like building a tabletop setting isn't work. It's just not as much work as coding, because the pencil never betrays you, right? The pencil doesn't ever do something the way you don't want it to work. If you're doing the stuff on paper, then you can design a lot of ideas and you can figure out what works, what doesn't, what works for setting, what doesn't. Like, I'll give you an example. White Wolf Games, they originally had the clan disciplines different in the very first edition. I have a first edition around here somewhere. And they had the disciplines way different. And then they realized from talking to their storytellers, from talking to their community, what they had done is they had created really, really powerful vampires in one clan, and then the rest of the clans weren't really able to compete with them. So then in later later years, what they did is they balanced it. And is Manibus a good server to play Lunar if I'm moving from Manibus Novice? I would say, since everything feeds back to your account, you might as well go to Manibus, and that'll turn into a permanent server. And then if you decide you want to do the other content, you can do the other content. But yeah, right now you can put a character on every scenario and they all stay permanent now, which is a really nice feature. I wouldn't go to Way of Winter at the present time because they're still tweaking it. Rail did, because you watch the patch notes more often than I do. Have they put out, if Rail is still here, have they put out an update of when Way of Winter is possibly going to be ready to be looked at? The book does not spontaneously combust when you crash the moon of your fictional world into the planet. Yeah. And that was, you know, I give a lot of respect to people who have designed entire game systems. Even if the game system isn't exactly amazing, I give a lot of respect to people who've designed an entire game world with mechanics and rules and all of the shebang, because that's a lot of work. It may not be the greatest thing ever, but that doesn't in any way take away the amount of work that it was. You designed a setting, you designed races, you designed racial bonuses, you designed crafting rules. That's, even if it doesn't play well, I still respect you for the work you put in. Why is that so satisfying to watch? Because it is just a submachine gun with 107 bullets in it, and that's just absurd on so many levels. If you like Warhammer, I recommend Warhammer 40K, Chaos Gate, Demon Hunter. It's a really, really good game. It is one of my favorite Warhammer games. In fact, I probably have to do a part of a show tomorrow, because I have to cover a Warhammer game, a rehash of one of their Command and Conquer like games. Yeah, it's the XCOM clone. So it's good. I like it. What really screwed me in that game, what really screwed me in Demon Hunter was I wasn't used to the idea of leveling up other characters. I usually only have for level 4 in games like that. Then I get to the end of the game and I literally have to have a split team, and I'm like, well, shit. What the fuck do I do with this now? And I managed to beat the game, but it was probably the hardest thing I've ever done. Like no real talk, hardest shit ever. Because there I am with like level 2s and 3s, trying to pair them up with like one guy is out, like one of my level 8s, I think is level 8 is the cap. One of my level 8s is out front with 3 characters that just give it extra turns and recharge it, and he's just going to town. He's going to pound town on everybody. If I understand Bullseye correctly, it creates weakness in your target so bullets do more damage and it stacks. Bullseye, when you see that icon go on him, he takes 8% more damage. If you've got the vulnerability amplifier, it does 16%. Bullseye doesn't stack. But you can only have one bullseye on an enemy at a time. But what the P90 does is every time, if you're using the Bloodstained Tracker boots, when you apply bullseye to an enemy already marked by bullseye, your attack increases by 20%. So you're getting a buff because you're just putting bullseye on this mob over and over and over again. It was, quite simply, it was probably one of the dumbest ideas, because it's a 20% to apply bullseye on hit, and I have 107 bullets. So realistically speaking, I'm gonna put bullseye on the target 20 times in a magazine. Plus, every time that explosion goes off, I reload bullets. When I was young and didn't know anything about guns, I saw the P90 and I said, wait, is this thing real? There's lots of guns that are in fictional content that you would ask if they're real. The problem with them is, some of them aren't very combat effective. It would take someone at least a year to get the mods that I have. Yeah, Rail's mad at me again. I was sitting around in my base last night, and the mod fairy showed up and blessed me with more mods. So I have, I don't remember if it was invented for Stargate, it became a real thing, or if it was a real thing and they modified it. So if you have the mod to increase weakness to 16, it's 20% plus 16%. Not exactly. What scenario do I need to join, and how can I earn a P90? You can join any scenario. The P90 is in the wish machine. The P90 is currently in the wish machine as one of the 3 special categories, and it's you could outright buy it from the wish machine for 8,000. Brandon, the damage formula for this game is a really bad damage formula. So when you apply bullseye to a target, that target takes 8 or 16% more damage. Depending on if you have the vulnerability amp. But damage doesn't stack additively in this game. There's 3 silos of damage, which is not a good way to do damage at all, because it makes things have different value and weight. And I don't have the damage formula right in front of me at the moment, but it's spaghetti code. It really is, because what it is, it's like, hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. Because this is, it's always annoying to work this out. Have it in this document somewhere. So its total damage equals the base damage times 1 plus the weak spot bonus plus the critical bonus plus the vulnerability bonus. So it's 1 plus did you hit a weak spot, yes or no? Did you crit, yes or no? Plus 8 or 16%. All that added together, and then times the base damage. Except then there's 2 other pools, which is why sometimes it's not better. Why would I want, for example, do I have one on me? Why would I ever want to take increases damage from bullseye by 29% instead of taking crumbly bread, which increases weapon damage by 32%? Well, that's because 1 times 1 plus 0 plus 0, or let's say 1 times 10 plus 0 plus 0 is going to be times 10. But then when you add in these other things, you're increasing all the silos, and it's like, guys, just write a fucking damage formula that works. Like, make it so that 32% is a bigger bonus than 27%. And the way they've done their damage formula, I believe, was because they originally intended this to be a PvP-centered game. And so they wanted to not have shenanigans. And then there's a split between elemental and status damage too, which I found are different. Yes, elemental damage and status damage are different. And what they're finding right now is status damage weapons, the 4 elemental damage. No, I'm wrong. I apologize. Frost, Vortex, and Blaze, which are damage over time effects, are way less powerful and valuable than other builds, because, like Rail the other night, it's great that he can do frost damage. Well, it doesn't do any good when all his frosts only tick twice before my weapon blows him up. No, I'm not using the stew from the fridge. I need to. It's 2% more. Well, 2% more is 2% more, right? But no, they've done a good job with laying out the base of the game. Now they need to go back and they need to realize the damage. So what is Surge more powerful? When you come in here, you go into a weapon and you go to all the keywords. Power Surge is a continuous debuff and instant damage. Frost Vortex is continuous damage. Burn is continuous damage. So it's not that it's you don't understand. Frost and Burn are dots. Yeah, some weapons are direct damage and some are dot. Our Surge doesn't apply a damage over time. It provides a debuff, but not a dot. No, it doesn't. It provides a debuff. Its Power Surge is instant damage. Deals status damage at 50% psi intensity once and inflicts power surge for 6 seconds. Accuracy minus 40. Shock type damage. The additional damage cannot crit, cannot strike. It's a continuous debuff. You're right. The crossbow has a tick on proc. Yes. The status damage is instant. This status damage is continuous. This is a dot. And that's a dot. That's instant. And that's instant. An unstable bomber doesn't apply a debuff at all. The power surge debuff is not damage over time. The debuff goes on. Now, are there weapons that change what the debuff does? Yes. For example, as you said, corrosion, power surge, the instant damage from power surge cannot crit. Corrosions can. The crossbow has a dot on tick, I believe, every 0.5 seconds. Yes, but that's the weapon, not the effect. Which is what drove me nuts at first, because in my opinion, I think that was bad game design. I really do. Because what you had is you had people not understanding, well, why is corrosion doing so much more damage than, what was it, outer space or the little fucking submachine gun before they fixed it, which is now a nice zippy little gun too. It's because half the people can't even find the fucking menu. Like, I showed people that menu and people are like, oh my god, where's that menu? Which is a shame, because they kind of did a really good job. Excuse me. They kind of did a really good job of putting the menu together. The outer space is dumb fun, yeah. It's like that video you showed me yesterday of the guy, and he's like, use these attachments. And I was like, why the fuck would I want to use those attachments? Like, his numbers were so fucking terrible. Like, his numbers were gross. I'm like, no thank you. He got on a private server at one point. He's doing 22k per round. If I'm all buffed up, I can do as much as 52 on a crit if everything is going according to plan. If I'm all buffed up. Those are about to go away. He's probably also using I didn't even I shouldn't tell you this because you might throw stuff at me. None of those times yesterday included special ammo. So yeah. Yeah, I used regular ammo. I have a couple of more mods to roll. Shit, buddy. In my opinion, bounce is... If you're gonna go into a crit build, bounce is one of the best weapons, in my opinion, to start building your crit set with. Because bounce... No, I don't. Bounce is if you're on the Bramini, if you're on the sniper rifle. So I cleared 60 Shadowhound with just tungsten, yeah, in like 54 seconds. I'm gonna show some things, and Rail is gonna then be mad at me. That's okay. One day the loot gods will help him. The RNG gods will help him. Oh. Well, apparently I've been on a rampage lately. Hold on. We interrupt this show for the following. Making 17,000 more rounds of ammo. Do you need any more fire pits? Oh yeah, I also spent some time building the other day. Here's our zombie apocalypse survival bunker. With that, I finally found the fucking old retro TV. I was looking for that son of a bitch. New challenge, try to win in 1 minute and 30 with copper ammo. Okay. Challenge fucking accepted. Wait, it's... Yeah, it's not that. It's that. Let's see. Get rid of all this shit that I don't need. Dropped. I don't know why that other one isn't locked. We'll lock it though. Oh yeah, as a reminder, when you take stuff out of your armor box, it is unlocked again. Don't make my mistakes. Okay. Would you stop whining? What are you whining about? You're a big bully too. You can't go in with the other ones. Someone has to be in there with you. Mad. I know, you're mad. You can't go in there by yourself. You hurt the old lady. She hurt our old cat trying to play with her. Old cat's got the real thin fur, and she jumped on the cat to try to play. And because we just got the old lady in January when the animal shelter had to send all their animals out because they were afraid that they were going to lose power and flood and all this, and we kept her. Yeah, violence against the elderly. She doesn't know. All she knows is it's a new cat. All right, can I do this in 1 minute and 30? If you're using treacherous, how do you manage your low sanity to be effective and don't die without using primal rage submachine gun? Well, first of all, if you're using tides, which I'm not at the moment, But if you're using tides and you're running if you're running 3-piece, then your hit point reduction isn't as bad. And if you're running 4-piece, then you get the 20% shield, and then you should be spec'd in the mimetic cradle for resilience, so your shield takes 30% less damage, and then you should be spec'd with shield protection and deviant energy defense. So if you're running that shield build, you do it that way. You take the 3 cradle overrides that basically say my shield takes less damage, and when I summon out my deviation, I get more shield. As far as the big change, the savior set is now how people are running low hit point, because the savior set now generates a shield when you get hit. You also have the mod Ardent Shield. So when your shield is active, you gain 15% damage reduction. When the shield exceeds 1,000, single instance of damage will not penetrate the shield. So what you basically done is, yeah, you have a really small shield, but you've reduced all your damage that your shield takes, and you've given the shield damage reduction, so your shield lasts forever. Okay, 1:30 with copper ammo. I don't know. Minute and 6 with copper ammo. I'm gonna get stuff thrown at me. I'm gonna log in. I'm not gonna have a hive mate anymore. I'm not gonna have a hive mate. My hive mate will have packed up. I'm gonna try to message my hive mate. It's just gonna be like, fuck off. I don't know you. So 1:06 with copper. Just keep fucking around. You're gonna copy my build. You probably could copy my build because remember, this is probably one of the few builds that synergizes with the same build because, it's all about the bullseye and moving the bullseye around. I am crit based. This build doesn't, this weapon doesn't build 58 seconds. I'll take it. This weapon really doesn't build to a weak spot build. Oh Jesus, I just thought of something. I just thought, what if for my backup weapon, oh wait, I didn't even do the big cheese. Hold on, let me do the big cheese. What if you put a crit build Doombringer as your backup weapon in case anything gets real close to you? Although I don't think I have the mods. Yeah, you told me to do that yesterday, but I didn't. I had a lot going on yesterday. Yeah, because he did that underground phase. Oh. You do it to rub it in people's faces. Yeah, I don't think I have the 5-round. I don't think I have the 5-round Doombringer anymore. I don't think I have those mods because my mods have upgraded. And it takes a minute to get weapon damage, mag cap, and crit all on one mod. That takes a moment. Yeah, that was early on when there actually used to be PvP at the cargo events. That's what would happen. Somebody would have a corrosion and they would be like, I can survive 2 hits from a Doombringer. Yeah, but can you survive 5? Now, right now, I'm doing more damage because I don't have... He yelled at me yesterday because I was in an infinite reload build. And he was like, reload, damn it. I was like, but I don't want to reload. Reload interferes with my DPS. Alright, I'm gonna do stupid human tricks. We're gonna do some stupid human shit. So, the new gun is basically making a joke out of Nightmare Silos. So this is why everything else has become easy, because I've been doing this build in order to be able to clear Nightmare Silos solo. And now that I can, pretty much everything else is easy to kill. Like that's just an illegal amount of damage. Like, this is ridiculous. No, they were Nightmare solos before were a little bit of a challenge with my bounce build. I could do them, but they were a little bit of a challenge. Now this is just... This is just obscene. Except the guy who can shoot through the wall. He pisses me off. I could put this build back on auto reload, and then this would get even dumber. Okay, stop with the shooting me through the fucking wall, man. God damn. Oh, by the way, I can't wait for next week. Final Fantasy Tactics is my jam. That's the 30th. Yep, I'm dead because I'm inside the mist. Final Fantasy Tactics is going to be the absolute jam. Plus, I'm so excited. For the first time, the Western audience is getting the version with the mini games. Never seen them. I mean, I've seen of them, but I deliberately have never watched like a YouTube. It's like, hey, this minigame exists. I don't want to see it. Okay, you know what? I'm not really having fun with that fucking guy anymore. I love when you hear the people. I love watching people talk in game about things and they're giving such bad advice because they have no idea what they're talking about. Like, they literally have no clue. Yeah, I can augment pulling with the vortex grenades. I could also I could put the the weapon in on my off weapon. But I'm Luke Skywalker. I like to use the Force. Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. What are... What's your base damage on your Pathfinder blueprint if you have it at 6-star, which I imagine you do? What's the base damage on it? I know, but somebody's talking in chat, they're like, and that's not even worth trying to tell them, like, you can run the new weapon as a crit build. Yeah, but why would I want to? It has a really piss poor low starting damage point. So why would I want to run a sniper build with the Frost Vortex? Well, yeah, 1054. It's half of the bingos. Wow, this guy's chonky. Why do you run it as crit? With a 1054 starting point. I mean, am I missing something about this weapon? Where the hell are you hiding? Oh. Like, I have not done my video yet on the P90. I have a video for my Bramini. I'm doing the P90 video this weekend. But that other thing is gonna be a topic of discussion, and then I'll lay out the P90. 60% chance per hit to generate a deviant particle. In charging state, consumes a deviant particle for a charge shot, launching a penetrating ice spike, dealing elemental damage equal to 100. Yeah, why would you run this as crit? Because to run this as crit means you're not running it as... I mean, I guess you've got to be doing your is that what you were running the other day during Nightmare Silos? Well, in that case, your damage is fine. I mean, it's on par with what I was doing, so I don't know how the fuck it works, but it works. I guess it's because nothing lives long enough. Again, yeah, nothing lives long enough for your dot to work. It'd be interesting to do it with your talents build solo to see, but then there's nothing for you to really shoot solo because so many of the bosses don't take elemental damage. What's my opinion of the Surge assault rifle? First of all, my opinion on all of the blue weapons is that I'm sorry, my opinion of all the purple weapons is that I don't know why there's not a gold version of all. I don't know why they bothered making purple versions at all. I don't know why they bothered making purple weapons. A 5-star purple has the damage less than a 4-star gold. Now, because it's power surge, your damage from Power Surge is going to be coming from the Power Surge formula, but only the corrosion can crit on Power Surge. So yeah, I don't run the Outsider. I don't run any of the only purple weapon I've ever run is Icy Rain. It's the only one I've ever run. It's charge shots or weapon, weak spot, crit, then elemental. Right. But what I'm saying is, if you're saying your damage is 1,000, right? You're saying the damage on yours is 1,000, and the damage on a bingo is 3,500. Damage on the Bramini is 2,400. I'm not saying people can't play how they want to play, but they have to understand that if it's an elemental weapon, the point of it is the elemental part, not the base weapon part. So I wish that they would go back, and I think I understand what their original goal was. If I can read into their design idea, we weren't supposed to be able to support repairs on the gold weapons. I kind of see that as what were they thinking? What they were thinking was you weren't going to be able to constantly use gold weapons. I think from some of the things I saw in the betas and the early builds, the design idea, the design intention was you would have to really grind to be making gold weapons and to be using them constantly. But then they decided to kind of modify and change their design decisions when they pivoted to more a PvE game. Also, remember, this game started off with an idea that it was going to be a PvP based game, and I imagine the point was we were going to be dropping weapons and armor. And now that we don't do that, it kind of creates a problem with the original gameplay loop. It would make a lot more sense if why the damage is so different. If rolling out of your house for the day in your gold armor and your gold weapon was a big deal. I hate how when my dog kills something, the red seeker orbs still come from my ass. Yeah, I haven't had a chance yet to get a copy of it and mess around with it. Which oh shit. Forgot he went up top. Hey jerk, get off the top so that you're not gonna cut my head off again. Your stupid blast wave. Cross between pyro and corrosion. Not really, because corrosion takes advantage of God damn it, stop that shit. Status and elemental. Built into its power surge crit. Because it can be corrosion is such a unique weapon because it can crit its elemental damage. So you're getting two things with corrosion. You're getting the big damage from the weapon, the bullet, the round, and you're getting the damage from status and elemental, because that all combines in to the power surge instant damage formula. And really, whoever built corrosion basically looked at one of the 4 mods and said, yeah, we're gonna make that mod specifically for corrosion. Because who cares if your power surge status time is reduced when you don't, like, power surge is such a stupid status in PvE. It reduces their accuracy. Okay, well, I guess there's some value there. This is where I would want. I think he's out of range. Really, what the problem here is. Out of my optimal range. I wanted you in that corner for a reason, my friend. Okay, so why is it hitting? The thing didn't pop up. I saw the red circle. Because it killed me, it didn't pop up. I don't know why this week we can't shoot the red orbs. Last week we could. Yeah, I can't shoot his incoming. Wonder if maybe this weapon can't hit him. Is that bullshit lightning enemy gone? No, that lightning enemy is still there. Wish they had a challenge mode to fight 2 bosses at once. Like Ravenous Hunter and Shadowhound in a big massive arena, and you bring 3 people in, at least like it auto matches you. I think it would be really interesting if they did something like that, and yet you matched 4 enemies. And there could be multiple copies of each enemy depending on what your build is. Like whatever build you queue in, that's your build. And then it picks, a enemy for you to fight based on that build. That would be a good time. I will be right back. So there is a company that is doing. They're called Gamersite. This is a company with a really good idea for the gaming world, for the gaming content creation world. What they're doing is there's a website. And as a content creator, I go to it, and it has missions for the game. And it's like, I think this current one is stream for X number of hours. But what they've done is instead of making it stream for X number of hours, they've done it have X number of hours of watch time. And that's the smart play. Because, and that's where, in the official content creator program, there's a lot of content creators that are upset that they changed our compensation. Now, I will say this, I'm not upset about the change in the compensation at all, because the change in the compensation makes sense. You think the low base is due to the fire rate on it? Maybe. Rail will tell you there are a ton of once human content creators. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why it's low base. It's 6 times higher than the bingo. There were a bunch of content creators that were making shit tier content. And I'm sorry, but if you're making shit tier content, I'm going to call it shit tier. You're putting out content that's just, number 1, flat wrong. Number 2, you're doing builds that are just garbage builds because they were paying content creators not based on how many views they were getting, but how many videos they put out. Well, paying people based on the number of videos they put out isn't a really good way to get good quality feedback. There are thousands of once human content creators making videos. There are like 6 that get people right. 6 that get shit right. Most of the videos are people copying those 6 creators one-to-one. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, time to make 50 10-second videos. And so then what happened, no joke, was what people were doing was they were making a bunch of short form content. They were making 60 short form videos a month, and then they were getting paid a ridiculous amount of money. So then the company said, okay, we're going to change the compensation between short form and long form content. And then what people started doing is making 3-minute videos that were just garbage. And then they were getting paid for that. And now they're mad that the well dried up. And a lot of them are crying in that Discord. And they're like, one guy's like, I can't make my rent. Look, man, if you were counting on your rent from the incentive money from a content creator program, instead of the money from your own brand, and then he got all pissed at me. I don't give a shit. If you're getting 500,000 views on your TikToks, that is 1,000 bytes. Remember, when you deal with content creator money making, you deal with bytes of 1,000. So that means you have 500 bytes. And let's take off 10% for ones they're not going to pay you for, non-monetized views. So you have 450. Come on, man, guys, leave me alone. I need the Lord of Moonlight to hook me up. Come on. So you have 450 monetized views. And if you make $3 per 1,000 monetized views, that's over $1,200. And now you're doing that every day. So how the fuck aren't you able to pay your rent? Well, the trick is people were buying views in order to make their money. They were paying what they would have made on the TikTok video to buy views so that they could get paid from Once Human. Well, that doesn't really work for Once Human. That doesn't work for Starry Studios. They're paying you so that you can buy fake views. What are you mad about? Like, what precisely are you mad about? That you got caught cheating? You're mad about that? Like, I'll say right now, my YouTube channel maybe makes $500 a year. And let me back that up a second. My YouTube channels combined make maybe $500 a year. I make a lot more money on Spotify for PGN Music than I make on YouTube. But you're mad that they changed the monetization structure to one that is more mutually beneficial, and you're mad because sounds like Twitch scams. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what people were doing. Trump ordered the military to Portland to fight Antifa and other domestic terrorists. He's authorizing full force. Against who? We'll talk about it on Monday, but against who? Who are you going to use that force against? Why, Trump's a fucking moron. Well, if it was an organization and they were protesting, that would be one thing, but they're not an organization. All the Twitch streamers were buying bots. Yeah, the Twitch streamers were buying bots, and then advertisers were seeing these channels with all these viewers on it. So what they were doing, so they said, oh, well, we'll pay you an awful lot of money to advertise our product. And then the advertisers never saw a return on investment. And that's, I was trying to explain that to, dude, man, I have not gotten one deviation from those boxes. I tried to explain that to these content creators as a former marketing guy. I sat, and you've heard me talk about how I would leverage content creators. I would leverage content creators to cast the big net. But unless you know what to do with them once you've cast the big net, then it's useless. Paying, I'll use Asmongold. Paying Asmongold $50,000 to show off your game for 4 hours is a great idea if the video comes with it. If in that $50,000, 4 hours of him streaming your game, and his editor clips it up and puts it onto the YouTube channel, then it's worth it. It's not worth it to him. It's absolutely not worth it to him. But if he'll take it, because he's literally said an advertiser can't afford to pay him what he's actually worth. And he's right. An advertiser simply can't. But if you think that the only part of that is having him play the game on his stream, and it's suddenly going to turn into other things, it doesn't matter. That's fucking irrelevant. If his video shows up on smaller streams, I don't give a shit about that. I only give a shit about if the $50,000 buys me 4 hours on his Twitch and the video on his channel, because then I'm looking for between 800,000 and 5 million views on his YouTube channel. If it shows up other places, I don't give a fuck. That doesn't do me any good as the marketeer. Does me no good at all. The trick is, but does it get me anything? What is the benefit? If I pay $50,000 and I get 0 new signups, then that was a waste of $50,000. And that's the thing that these small content creators don't get. They're chewing through tens of thousands of dollars in marketing money for Once Human every month, paying people that are scamming them, and then when the new company comes in and tightens the belt, they're mad. It's like, hey, asshole, you're the fucking reason. You're the fucking reason this happened. Just so there's no confusion, it's your fault this happened. Because you decided your money was more important than the program. You didn't look at the tools that they were giving you and see how do you build a brand around it. Like, one person the other day jumped into my PMs, and I don't argue with people in my Discord PMs anymore because it's just not fucking worth it. Person's like, yeah, I see you're making Ashes content again. What's the matter? You went broke? It's like, I don't make any fucking money on my Ashes content. I covered Ashes because I said I would cover Ashes. But the person's like, yeah, you're just trying to recoup the money that you put in Ashes. I was like, son, I recouped that money 7 times over. At least 7 times over. That's where I looked at my money in Ashes as an investment. If Ashes launches, Intrepid Studios owes me a fucking really big affiliate check. If it never launches, PGN Music was born out of my Ashes 101 money. So I won both ways. And that's where content creators need to, it's like, and I know some of you don't think highly of the OnlyFan girls, and that's fine, you don't have to think highly of them. So OnlyFan girls, she went to Disney World. And she treated the trip to Disney World the way a marketeer would. She treated the entire thing like a business investment. So every day she had a shoot schedule. And the shoot schedule was, before I can have fun today, I have to do 30 pictures at the park. Before I can start getting on rides and stuff, I gotta go around the park, do all my shoots, and then I gotta do my shoots back at the hotel. Yeah, he passed through my bullets. He was a Moon Lord, so he doesn't actually die at that phase of his life. But she treated it like a business expense. And she did her 30 pictures, scheduled them all. Well, she took her 30 pictures, she sent them all to her person that schedules them. The person scheduled them. She did her photos back at the hotel for OnlyFans and did that and whatever. And then she treated the rest of the day like, you know, her personal time. But the trip itself is a business write-off. But she didn't treat it like, it's the last day of the month, how do I worry about paying my rent? Because she's smart and she listens. Her rent is paid. Well, her mortgage is paid for the next 3 years. She has the next 3 years worth of mortgage payments. And now that she has that, she's on the I can fund my life for 3 years plan. Next month when she makes $80,000, that money's going right on top of the mortgage. Not all of it, obviously, but like her plan next month is $60,000 to go on top of her mortgage. Because she's smart and she listens. Once you have your house paid off, all that other money you had in that account for paying your mortgage every month, that becomes 5 or 6 or 7 years worth of livable money. YouTubers need to do the same thing. You need to have money set aside. Like it always amazes me and it pisses me off. Like, not because I couldn't have made the money. I absolutely could have. But they're like, help buy my 4090. Why the fuck are you asking your community to fund your 4090 as a streamer? Like, why the fuck don't you have enough pride in your own craft to know that you've made enough money to buy a 4090? Like, how is you having a 4090 gonna deliver? Oh, there he is. How is you having a 4090 gonna give your customers, and that's what they are, YouTube subscribers, Twitch subscribers, YouTube followers, are your customers. You hate how the minimap doesn't have the enemies highlighted. Yeah, I also hate how when you are getting hit, it puts the red arrows, but it doesn't always put the red arrows in a usable, like that's where the enemy is. It's kind of like the enemy might be in that direction somewhere. But no, YouTubers need to run their shit like a business. And so that's where The people that were complaining about Once Humans content creator program, get the fuck out of it then. If you don't think that this can make you enough money to pay your bills anymore, then stop making content. Go make content for another game. So, but no, what's a 4090 graphics card? I moved away from a single PC setup. I moved to a dual PC setup. Oh, and I want to thank everybody who was patient with me the other day when I was having the graphic lags. What had happened was, fuck's sake, I really hate how OBS updates sometimes. OBS updated, and you would think that Elgato would link up with OBS and make sure that their products don't have like really bad points of failure. Sometimes when you do an OBS update, all your Elgato products change back to default. Well, I have a wavelength mic so that I can patch in, so I can control like the game audio from the music. It's really, really handy. I tell everybody, unless you're gonna get all into streaming, which even if you are going to get all into streaming, buy a Wave 3 microphone as your first microphone. It gives you access to the Wavelink software, and then you're not spending close to $2,000 for a mixer board, because you don't need that when you first get started. If you start making money and people are like, wow, you're really good, then the money will come. I always say to people, the money will come. If the money is destined to come, the money will come. And when the money came in, I made a choice to invest in PGN Music, but then I, out of my own pocket, bought equivalent gear that a company would have, like a business-minded person would have invested in. So I put $30,000 into PGN Music. And so then I said, okay, I need a 2-PC setup. But as I tell people, my streaming box, which is over there now, isn't primarily a gaming machine. It's primarily a workstation. It doesn't, when I tell people which processor I put in it and which motherboard I put in it, I put that in for rendering 2K video footage. And I didn't know I had no idea that we were going to make this rapid change from 2K video to 4K video as quickly as we did. I thought we were still 5 years away from now to having, he's gonna disappear on me. Yep. Yeah, he's gone. Because it's 7:05. I didn't think we would be on 4K video footage already, but even if I did, I wouldn't have bought gear back at that time to work on 4K video footage. But they don't do that. And I'm like, okay, well, then, you wonder why you're not growing. You would just make Once Human content to pay off stuff like a phone bill or gas, then work a normal job. Add the money I save, I just put in the bank. Right, and that's what I say to people. There is a lot of money to be made in content creation. But you have to do the math on it. You have to do the math on every single part of your life. Oh, you put it over there. You have to be willing to do the math on every single part of your life. To think to yourself, for example, I wasn't making, the company was making about $2,000 a month. And I was streaming about, oh, hold on. Let's say 48 hours a month. So making about, let's just do the math. All in all, bringing in $2,000 in 48 hours. So about 40 bucks an hour. That sounds like really good money. It really does. It sounds like really good money. The trick is you have taxes, you have self-employment. If I was taking the money, and this is back in 2020 when so many streamers I know got hemmed up. They got hemmed up with, hey man, I didn't pay my taxes. The fuck you mean you didn't pay your taxes? I haven't been paying taxes on my streamer money. You're fucked. Like, you're fucked. Well, what do you mean? You need to go talk to a tax attorney because you are fucked. Not trying to scare you, not trying to, you know, make you nervous, but if you haven't been paying it's donations. Are you a 503c? No. Well, then it's not donations. They're tips. They're gratuities. And you owe taxes on those. They're like literally people that think that they don't owe money on their content creator money. They thought that because they were collecting donations that you don't pay tax on donations. What's wrong with you? There's like 6 places that Twitch tells you, like when you first start setting up, that this is taxable income. Okay, well, that's SMG ammo. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this out, change this. Okay, that's shotgun. We'll take that out. We'll rename this. This is going to be SMG. But yeah, just there's so much good marketing capability with using Twitch drops. But you've got to have content creators who are, like I said, the Raid Zone guys, they got custom drops. But then they don't stream Raid Zone enough, people can't get the drops. Well, that's where you got to put people on a contract. Now, I will say, I don't think this new company that's managing the Once Human program is going to be around too long. Only because I saw parts of the gold contract. I got demoted from gold to silver because my numbers aren't strong enough, and that's fine. My numbers aren't strong enough. I'll be the first to say my numbers aren't strong enough. I don't bring them enough consumers. I don't bring them enough people that buy the game or spend money on the game. You're not gonna hurt my feelings. You demoted me. Great. I'm cool. You should have. Good call. But they put in it that if they pay you for a video and you ever remove it, you have to give them back 50% of the money they paid you for the video. But they didn't define term. They didn't define what remove means. If I unlist it, but it's still available by link, did I remove it? And so you fought Ravenous Hunter with just an axe to see if you could. It was funny running into fire to dodge bullets, so I could hack it like a psychopath. Sometimes we have to set goals for ourselves. That sounds like a good goal. Run around like a psychopath. So I will say it's annoying me that I see all the people talking about all of the new deviations they've gotten, the new eels, the new zap cams, and I haven't gotten a single deviation from the Lord of Moonlight. That's not making me happy. That's vexing me quite severely. Like, you hurt my feelings. But I don't even know how long this event lasts. They have a problem. This isn't working. Because I was capped this morning and I'm still getting progress. So September 25th to mid to late January, all of October, all of November, all of December, and so 3 months, 3 weeks. That's, I guess I'm going to be killing a lot of, I guess I'm going to be killing a lot of Moonlight Lords. I will say, though, this is my favorite part of the game right here. The challenges, the collections. That little guy, knowing that you've played enough to get 5,000 Mitsuku marks, that's, for me, that's the highlight. Finding a game that I've stuck with for over a year has been great. It's been rough finding a game to call home. I don't think I don't necessarily think Chrono Odyssey is going to be the game to call home. I do think Chrono Odyssey might be a game. I have all of them. Yeah, I have all of them. I think Chrono Odyssey is going to be a game to stop by and take a look at. I have fears about Chrono Odyssey's ability to stay 100% relevant, considering Cacao is going to be trying to push out both Chrono Odyssey and Arcade Chronicles. How long is the event for Lunar? Until mid-January. So got plenty of time. My wife is out in town and I was promised coffee. My caffeine addiction is saying, where are you? Yeah, I'm seeing people talk about, being able to kill other people's Lords of Moonlight. I killed somebody's earlier. I wasn't thinking when I did it. That probably is going to irritate people. You going out, losing half of, or losing a good chunk of your Lunar Whispers, and then somebody else can kill it and get the box. So that might be something they need to work on. If you wait to loot your Lord's box, other people can loot it. Yeah. Oh, there's my coffee. Coffee. I can do stupid things faster. Yeah, you can go with up to a, well, I mean, shit, in theory, I guess everybody on the server could go to the same Lord. I just wonder if somebody outside of the party loots it, does that take it away for everybody, including the owner? That would suck. Sometimes I don't think Starry Studios, well, sometimes I don't think NetEase does a very good job as a publisher, guiding the Chinese company to decisions for a global audience. You want to see if you can beat a boss with a handgun? You can on easy. Okay, so when you say a handgun, why are you stuck? Oh. When you say a handgun, do you mean any handgun, or? Because I wouldn't exactly call the Jaws pistol just a handgun. I mean, it is one of the top 10 best damage weapons in the game. Are you talking just like a green, like a DE-50? Because I've done Ravenous Hunter with just tactical items and a DE-50. Also, the Desert Eagle 50 caliber that they do makes me smile. Yeah, you can. It's possible to do. It gets a little annoying, but it's doable. You can also, believe it or not, there's builds that involve using blue armor and purple armor still. They do have some of the best bonuses. Now, yeah, the Treacherous Tides build is is really, really good. It's not always the best for every situation. The Treacherous Tides build that I run, I'm not 100% sure if I saved it right last night. I was up late last night, playing around with stuff. I was trying to copy this guy's build. I'm not a huge fan of the Savior set builds. I don't like being at 1% hit point. Respect to the people who like playing that way. I don't. Not my style of how I want to play. Come here, fish. Nothing else open. Okay, let me see my base. Let's see if I have my other build set right. But mods are the end game in this game, which I will say, being back on a lunar scenario has made it so I'm actually interested in playing. I wasn't too interested in playing in the gravity, so I was on a pretty long break from the game. I did the lunar thing, and I will say this is one thing that absolutely just pisses me off. Like, so there needs to be a level of recognition for when you stuck with the game. So, like these things right here. These two things were on the progression last season. Well, I don't like not collecting things, but when I come into the past shop, there they are right there. Like, I have 1900 boxes, or 1900 Lunar Whispers. I can buy the stuff from last season in one lollygag morning of playing. I can buy the completion reward from last season. I don't think those should ever be available again. Those shouldn't be something that you can get a hold of. That should be you decided to play, you decided to stick, you get it. Like, people were mad that they weren't, and I don't see the lunar eyes on this season, and they're not in the past shop. So yeah, right now you can't get the lunar eyes at all. I'm all for letting people get the things that are power. But I'm not for letting people get the accomplishment show-off items unless they were in the season. Like, one thing that irritated people in Final Fantasy XIV, I remember the one year people were really mad because they couldn't get the Christmas outfit unless they played in the first year. But if you played in the first year, you could get the Christmas outfit from the vendor and give it to people. Well, that was a cool social thing. That was a cool socialization setup. The people that played in the first year could get the full Santa costume from the vendor and then give it to all the people that joined the game later. That's really cool. That's a good idea. But to make accomplishments have no weight. And I get what people, I don't like the fact that I was left out, but you weren't left out. You weren't playing the game at that point. Or if you were playing the game at that point, you made a conscious decision to not complete whatever it is you needed to complete. So I think we really need to look at games in general and say, yeah, don't give away the completion reward. Always let people catch up on the power. The things that give tangible physical power. But not like the I was there. Because then what it is people get that mentality. Some people get the mentality of, well, I don't want to play then. But what happens is a lot more people get the mentality of, I need to stick with it. Even if I don't like the season, the scenario, the visual wheel, I need to stick with it. Like, I am glad that we don't have to go to the deviation map to merge our deviations. I hope they make a lot more upgrades on the deviation merging system. And then, yeah, bring back the chronolog. The chronolog was great, right? The chronolog was amazing. It let you know about yourself. Like, we have... So, I ran the Kuma Wink for quite a while. And you can't see the... Okay, you can't see the blur. So I ran the Kuma Wink for a long time. 26,000 kills with the Kuma Wink. 16,000 bounce kills. I already have 5,800 AoE hits from the new weapon. That's crazy. You want to merge a samurai with crack shot with a lunar wolf. Right. I want to be able to go in to Eland and I want to be able to open these hundreds of boxes and be like, because I have crack shot on a couple in and around, but I want to be able to say, oh, I have a 5.2 and a 5.2. Let me merge these. And then I can say, hey man, I can say to you, my hive mate, hey, I have a shit ton of these. What do you need? But right now we can't merge shit. Like, I have a 5.5 invincible sun. So I have a 5.5 invincible sun. Now let me leave Eland. And come on, game. I don't know if it's in here. Oh, I like that they changed that. That's good. Hi. Oh, it's Mimits. Hi, Mimits. Hi, buddy. Oh, where did I shove this other guy? Hi, buddy. You trying to get my lap? You can come up. I'm not gonna make it easy, but you can come up. Oh shit, I lost it. Yeah, I'll go to the other thing. Wait, is it in my bag still? Oh, so I have a 5.5 in Eland, and I have a 5.4 with Psychic Kid. And Psychic Kid is 5% status damage. Well, I would love to... I would love to have a 5.5 with Psychic Kid. Well, even if you take a 5.5 and a 5.4 and merge them together, Nothing says you're going to get even a 5 something back. That's a part of the system where they needed to decide what the goal was. Is the goal a RNG chance on the stat? Because that's cool. I'm okay with it because you show me that. They show you the RNG, well, not the RNG chance. They show you the percentage chance. So I don't want to sign up for anything. So for example, we have a 3-3 and we have a 5-4. And when I choose these, it tells me that I have a 50% chance to get 1 general and a 50% chance to get 1 combat. And because they're the same deviation, I know I'm going to get this back, but nothing says that I'm going to get a 5-4 or better. Now, I would be okay if they said the numbers would be like skill rating 5 plus skill rating 3 equals you will get a skill rating 4. You can't get a 5 back. Because a 5 and a 3 is 8, there's no chance. That would be cool to see. 4 and 3 is 7. So if it said you can get a 3 or a 4, because you could get 3, 3.5, 3.5 would round to 4, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. But we don't really, like, again, they built a good system, but I feel like they built half of a system. Can't stand when people just keep spamming. It's like, stop, man. Like, people don't want to deal with that bullshit. You want to merge a Shattered Maiden with a Jelly to get a Deviant that looks like Nissan as a Froze, Vortex, and Freeze. Yeah, you had that really cool one with, what, a Digby riding a bear. Oh, that's the shit. That's the other thing I needed to do. Yeah, if you mix a table with anything, it gets a defense bonus called Knights of the Round Table. Yeah. That's the thing I have to do. I have to go get Aminers. Gotta pick up Aminers. I have to re-roll that. I have to get a dead shot with crit and weapon damage 6. It was close. It was close. It nearly went the way I needed it. Oh, that I need to change to... But yeah, they've done a really good job. They've done a really good job of changing. Did I see the text on the trial pre-registration page with the lunar stuff? I have not. I will look at that. I will look at that later. I also have to run around on my alts and sell stuff. I've been attacked by monsters. Yay. I actually realized, I could run the bounce submachine gun as my offhand because the mask mod I'm using is hitting marked targets is increased crit and crit damage. So once I've tagged up the hallway, I could switch to bounce. But then I realized there's really no point because I believe my AoE on this is more damage than bounce. Because I wouldn't have the sharp blade pants on. I can't believe they gave a flat 20% damage from the boots. Like, even the boots, taking the new boots and putting these with, bingo, there's no point. There's really, unless you're fighting a boss that there's no ads at all for you to spread to. Like EX1 might be one where the purple boots would be better. All right, Moonlight Lord, come on. I don't have all night. Come on, man. Come on, Moonlight Lord. Oh, they follow you now? Well, that's good. Give you that sense of horror. That's an interesting looking house. Did they paint it? Wow. They ain't giving up, is they? Oh, they finally gave up. 7. That's too bright. At least everybody on this server was smart enough not to build their houses on top of all the ore. That was annoying as shit. Like 2 servers ago, couldn't find this ore anywhere because people had built all their houses on top of every one of the spawn points was basically gone. Hey, Lord of Moonlight, what's up, buddy? I love how you can just keep executing him. Where's my money? I told you to have my money. There's so much wrong with me. Hey, reloading helps. Yo, dog. Like, seriously, dog. Would be nice if I could at least get a deviation this time. Why does the game hate me? The game hates me. The game says no deviations for you. It's okay. We'll live. We've got 3 months. Although, it's gonna be my luck. I'm gonna be sitting there. It's gonna be the end of the event, and I'm still gonna be farming my first deviation. Rail, the other problem I realized, we have to set up a, we actually have to set up a stove on, well, you have to set up a stove without the buffs that I have, and we have to set it up not where Chefosaurus is, because we need to brew, and this sounds really weird, but we need to brew a lower quality of beer so that it doesn't have the extra 15 minutes of time on it, because you want to be able to, in the 30 minutes between events, do stuff and not have to worry about insanity. But you gotta be able to get your insanity at the beginning of the event to do the Lord of Moonlight. Why are all these rooms so bright? These rooms used to be like dark as shit. They changed the lighting. I don't like it. It doesn't give me creepy abandoned hotel vibes anymore. Unless the lights are on because it's nighttime. I don't think I've ever come here at night. Now all of a sudden there's a big push for people to get the furniture drops. For fucking seasons I've been throwing out tons of furniture. Now we need them for the merging process. I think I just got rid of a shit ton of furniture like 2 weeks ago. I'm like, man, I could have used all that crap. Hey, a paper doll. You know what? I need to get gingerbread houses. Where does the gingerbread house drop? I need to go get some of those. I want to try to make a, I want to try to make gingerbread men. But I need gingerbread men and I need gingerbread houses, paper dolls, and I need them to have, just the stat, which I think you can put on with furniture. Oh yeah, Rail, did you see the, or I shouldn't say Rail on this one. Did you guys see that Chrono Odyssey put out an update, and their update was we're working hard? I loved that. I loved that. Here's our update. We're working hard. We don't have anything we're ready to show you. We're working hard. That's marketing right there. They know if they're not ready to say anything, it means they're still too far away to start building hype. So why build pointless hype? Don't build pointless hype. Yeah, we don't have anything to show you. We're still too far away. We'll let you know when we do. Okay, love you. Bye-bye. Great way to do marketing. Also, there seemed to have been some people that told me yesterday's Ashes of Creation Summoner preview is worth watching. It'd be nice if Summoner actually works. Since they're doing their big marketing push in November, I'll play one time in November when Summoner comes out. Their Harbinger system looks like it might be decent. I need to go listen to them explain it. I just feel bad for Intrepid Studios. It's like they've got volumes of shit that could be good, but I don't think any of it is going to actually turn out to be good. Like, not trying to be mean, not trying to be a jerk, but like, am I going to stream Tactics? Oh, fuck yeah. Yes. The only thing I'm streaming from the 30th onward is Final Fantasy Tactics. The 30th is the day after my birthday. I'll be playing Tactics on Tuesday, and then a game like Tactics, I only play while I'm streaming, and I love that game so much. It's literally going to be, I'm streaming it. The next day, I'm not doing my politics show. I'm streaming Tactics. The next day, I'm streaming it. I think I'm actually, hey, there's Rail. I think I'm actually complete on how many streams I have to do for the month for Once Human. I don't think I have any more to do. So, I'll need to check. Yeah, I'm so hyped for... Oh, James, did you know that we're getting the version that has the mini games that have only ever appeared in the Japanese version? We're getting the mini games in ours on the remaster. And the fact that there's I don't know if it's for sure. It sounds like Sean Bean is Ramza's father. I don't think it is, but it sounds the person has a very good auditory voice. Orator's voice. What's to say? Did he down you? Oh yeah, he did down you, you chump. Yeah, I'm stoked. What is... Did they... They did. They finally fixed Coneflower tea. Oh shit. They fixed Coneflower tea. You can't use that anymore. But I'm really, really stoked. It's gonna be nice too because well, I feel terrible. Eternal Tombs, which is a game that I've been Eternal Tombs, which is a game that I've been following for years, year plus. They're doing their open test on 30 September, and I'm just like, no, man, that's a shitty day. I'm sorry. I love your game. I love your game, but I can't. I'm not showcasing your game. Careful, you have a fool behind you. You have two fools. Come here. What the fuck? Oh, you're up there. Fuck off. Yeah, they picked a bad date for that one. Oh. What the fuck? I like the way this was before. But they're always trying to make things better. Trying to make things more better. Nice thing is when you're in a party, you share tags. I should have enough after this runaround to try to do the one lunar mod that I need. I miss Daisy. I'm riding in the back. I will say this is one of the better games I've seen for the light control, although I don't think any game has done it better than 7 Days to Die. I think 7 Days to Die has their lighting the absolute best. Because you gotta have a torch, you gotta have a flashlight, you gotta have a mining helmet. Mining helmet in that game is like the first thing I try to get, because I struggle in that game with the lighting. There he is. But that's a really well done. That's a really well done game. And see, that's where I really do believe some video games could do better if they focused on the little things. Because it's not about the big things. It's not like, and this is not a slight to Intrepid, but they're trying to do one really big thing, right? And the one really big thing they're trying to do, they don't have working yet. But there's a lot of other games that have done a lot of really small things, but they've done enough small things right that the game is good. Like War Tales. War Tales is an amazing game. If you've never played War Tales, it is 100% absolutely worth it. Somebody recommended it to me a couple of years ago, and now they've done a bunch of expansion packs for it. The game is really good. It's turn-based combat, it's team composition. The larger you make the team, the harder you make all your future fights. But it's really well done. It's really, really, really well done. Like, it's almost like the same quality of combat, in my opinion, as Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, 7 days, I think, if your game... Oh, can I let me in? If your game isn't going to be on par with 7 days, and that's one thing I think Once Human needs to look at. They need to say, what is 7 Days to Die doing better than we're doing? And then you look at Valheim. What is Valheim doing better than what we're doing? I think Once Human has enough soul of its own that for a while it should focus on improvements. Oh yeah, I see. We have so many of these. We have so many Lunar Whispers. Now this is talking about the little small things. They had a PvP thing that I think still exists, where you have to chase one of the Rosetta trucks around and you're in constant PvP. Well, being able to lean out of the window, that's a small thing. That's a small thing. It's not a game making, game breaking thing, but if you get that working correctly, then there's so many other things you can build off of it. But if you don't get the fundamental built right, then you can't build off of, okay, people can shoot out of cars. Yeah, but it only works a little bit. Okay, well, let's build more content around it. But I told you, it doesn't really work. You need to hear me. You need to hear what I'm saying. Like, remember Final Fantasy 14 trying to get into a group mount? Oh wow, that was fucking difficult. But then Revelation Online did group mounts really, really well. Revelation Online made it so that as the party leader, I could pull anybody up onto the group mount. So you had that thing in Revelation Online where you had to go to like 15 locations. Well, as long as everybody was on the mount, everybody got credit for it. Well, every time we did that, somebody in our group would be, I was usually me, because the other two guys in my group, well, the other three people in my group, they were usually getting in from work and eating and all that. I was home, I'd already eaten. I said, you guys just log in, get into the party, and then I can pick you back up onto the mount and run you around, and then you guys can get done with your 2 weeklies while you're eating dinner. Like while you're taking a shower after work. Does that event still happen? I think it does. I think it does. I haven't seen in the patch notes where it was removed, but then again, I didn't see the patch notes earlier today where they included new goodness, where they included new hotness, so I was happy to see that. I'm very confused as to how I've been streaming for 3 hours and I don't have the 2-hour Twitch drop done yet. That's another thing, good content creator programs, they need to give giveaway codes to trusted creators. Unfortunately, with Starry Studios, we've had content creators that were selling the car. They were selling the car skin. And that's no good. It would be nice if, and I thought about how you could do this. Instead of giving creators a giveaway code, you would have to set up some sort of like raffle system. Twitch would have to set up a raffle system. And that would probably be an awful lot of work. Because you want the creator to be able to control the giveaway. You want the creator to control that because you want the code to help drive content to the creator. Do they kick creators for that? Yes. The creators that sold the car codes got removed from the program. The creator that, oh, there's 7 o'clock, so he won't spawn. The creator that was repeatedly breaking embargo got kicked from the program. And they should. Now, where I think some companies lose their mind is I think some companies forget that negative opinion shouldn't get you kicked out of a program as long as you can articulate why you have that negative opinion. This is bad because. This is bad because. If you just say this sucks, like, and this is unfortunate where there's a little bit of a disconnect. This sucks ass isn't really useful feedback for anybody. This sucks ass doesn't really help the developer know what to fix, what to change, what to add, what to tweak. This sucks ass. Okay. But if you say this sucks ass because this is bad because, well, why is this bad? oh, this is bad because you've released a new weapon that isn't anywhere near on par with the strength of the old weapons, and so what you've really done is created a new build, and it's not really fun to play. Oh, that's a lot of words. Like, for example, Rail found a bug. The bug is the new gold top. This gold top starts at a 45 science. Why do I not have the blueprint? Did that not come in the wish machine? Shouldn't I have gotten that? Oh, it didn't come in the wish machine? Okay. So the new top doesn't have the right psi intensity. Well, that means it's completely useless for elemental damage builds. And since it's tied to the new build, it's rightfully so that some people would say this sucks. With that said, if you just say the new top sucks, the developer's like, okay, but why? And nobody tells them why. Well, then how do they know what to fix? Like, this sucks, but why? Because the proc isn't good? Oh no, the proc is great. Well, then what the fuck's your problem with it? It sucks. Somebody finally says, yeah, it sucks. Did you guys notice that you made a typo in the math? What do you mean? And if they just fix the typo, it'll increase the power of everybody that uses that particular item. I think gamers have just become, some of them have just become nasty for the sake of being nasty. I think some gamers just want to be nasty. Like, they just want to be nasty bitches. They don't really want to. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. They don't really want to be part of the solution. They want to be part of the problem. It's like Raid Zone had a lot of interested people went and played Raid Zone, and then they quit within the first couple of hours because shitbirds were doing that Rust level nonsense where you sit on top of people's houses and you fuck with them as soon as they log in, or as soon as they build their house. You run over and you see that they just built their house, so you sit on top of their roof, and when they come out, you kill them. Now, I understand, right? I understand that is part of the gameplay loop. I get that. Break. Okay? If you kill all of the people who are new, who are trying to get a handle on the gameplay loop, they don't respawn. They uninstall. And if they uninstall, it shows the developer that this is not a viable game mode. And if the developer sees... Yeah, it is. If the developer sees that a lot of people are logging out with less than 2 hours of playtime, they might look at the project and say, how can we make it better? They also might look at the project and say, this isn't a viable product. Let's stop developing it. Let's stop working on it. I'll be right back. Like, one of the things I think a lot of games are failing at is they never try to figure out why they lost the customer. And you can't do it in such a way where it's too much manual labor. But at the same time, hey, we noticed that you went through the process of installing our game. You played for less than 2 hours, you uninstalled. It's a free-to-play game, so you weren't trying to beat Steam's refund policy. We were just wondering if you would be willing to give us some feedback on our game. Like, would you be willing to give us some feedback about why you quit playing our game after only 2 hours? And if you do that, like, just think about a scenario where game developers actually gave a shit. Instead of treating it like a business, imagine if they actually treated it like a service. Hey, we see that you downloaded, you didn't play. And once human tries to do that, if you log out too quickly after making a character, it'll say, can you take this brief survey? But that brief survey, in my opinion, isn't the right answer. Because obviously at this exact moment, I'm logging out for a reason. There's a reason I'm peacing out. Follow that up in a couple of days. I had a boss tell me retention is key because if you work in a town with 10,000 people, you can burn through all possible desired employees if you're not careful. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Amazon, I just saw an article written about Amazon for that exact thing. That exact thing about Amazon said Amazon is very quickly approaching where they're going to have a hard time finding people to come work at Amazon warehouses because they've run through, their turnover is so atrocious. Well, it's not that they've run through all possible Americans. It's that they've run through all possible Americans who are interested and willing to do warehouse work. And it's not a bad correlation. Oh no, don't kill the bear. I feel this applies to a game. It's possible customers also, they leave, they won't return. You're right. There are a lot of, very much so depending on a game's gameplay loop, is if they're ever going to come back and give your game another chance. You have, unfortunately, there is very much the idea of sunk cost fallacy. And what the sunk cost fallacy is, it's that I'm already 500 hours into the game. New World people. Some people that are playing New World really like New World. I'm not shitting on you if you like New World. That's not the point of this. But some people that are playing New World, I have talked to them, and their response is, well, I keep playing because I keep hoping it eventually gets good. Cyberpunk is 65% off on Steam if anyone wants to get it. There you go. Good looking out. warehouse work is hard enough without the shitty ass work environment that Amazon provides. If I'm gonna destroy my body for a company, they should at least treat me with respect. You're right. Now, Amazon believes that by giving people benefits from day one and this, that, the other, that people are gonna want to work there. But what they don't understand is people don't want to be treated like they're in kindergarten again when they have to take a piss. Like, look, man, I know what I have to get done during my work day. I have to take a piss. I don't feel like as an adult, unless I can't walk away from a process for a reason, I don't feel like as an adult I should ever have to ask anybody's permission to go to the bathroom. Sanction me, I don't get a shit, but if I don't get shit done, but don't assume I can't even get the shit done. Right, exactly. Like, Amazon does have a shitty thing where they write you up for TOT, time off task. Look, man, I unload trucks, and there's no truck here for me to unload. There's only so much sorting, prepping, cleaning, whatever the else fuck you expect me to do. It's not my fault you told me to come to work at 4 in the morning and the truck ain't here. That's not my fault. I don't schedule the truck to be here. What I do is I unload the truck when the fuck it gets here. That's what I do. Right? So don't yell at me because I'm time off task when there's no task for me to do. Like, please don't do that. That's ridiculous next level petty shit. You're writing me up for shit that's not my fault. You can find people, how bad do you have to lower the standards? How much will it cost in quality? I bet it's a lot cheaper to keep the good ones. You're absolutely right. There's a well-known study that when it comes to employee productivity, employees aren't fully productive until they've been there. I believe it's 45 days. To have an employee that's fully productive, it takes about 45 days. That's a long fucking time. That's a lot of days that they're not productive. Like, and what I mean by that is it's not that they can't do any part of their job. But like one of the parts of my job that I had to do was I had to send out the postcard mailers. Well, we had a postage machine in the office. Well, I'd used the postage machine before, and I knew the concept, but I didn't know that model. So now I gotta go and I gotta find somebody to train me on this particular model. Now, once I'm trained, that's it. But the amount of time it took me to be trained is non-productful hours, and the amount of time that somebody is training me isn't really productful hours. Now, if you fire me over some ridiculous petty ass shit, now the person that trained me is going to have to retrain the next person, and you're right back to having those unproductive hours. I'm worried about my little cousin. She didn't text me back. Her dad is dying. My uncle is dying. He's not really important to me, but he's really important to her, obviously, because that's her dad. So he's she keeps like texting me and then not texting me. That is what I like about the company I work for and why I've stayed loyal for over a decade. Even the pay and benefits aren't amazing, but they don't say shit to me about anything so long as I'm getting my numbers and quality marks. Right. There you go. Absolutely. Hey man, don't say shit to me unless I'm not hitting my metrics. If I'm hitting my metrics, leave me the fuck alone. Leave me the fuck. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to make money. I'm here to make you money. I'm here to make me money. Don't fucking talk to me. If I start missing metrics, then you can talk to me. But until then, I don't really want to hear from you. I traded a decent amount of less money for a shorter way to work and a healthier team. Yeah, absolutely. That was a reason I left the job. I left the job because it was a bullshit job, and it was about a 70-minute commute each way. And finally one day I just got, I was literally standing there getting yelled at for shit that wasn't my fault. And I said, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and quit. Because I have another job offer, and I was gonna come in and negotiate and see if you'd be willing to like bump my pay. But considering how you're talking to me today, fuck it, I'll just be done. And I want to remind people, you're going to constantly get that bullshit from employers that are going to say, well, you can't quit. You owe us 2 weeks notice. You do not owe anybody 2 weeks notice unless you are in a rare ass situation where you have signed a contract that says you will give 2 weeks notice. Now, what I will warn you is where you have to be, really, really careful is you do not want to say to your new employer, if your new employer says to you, well, when can you start? The answer you want to always give them is, well, I want to make sure that I give my current employer 2 weeks notice, but I'm willing to come in and work and learn and train on the hours I'm not at my other job while I'm giving them the 2 weeks notice. Don't ever say to your new employer, oh, I can start right away. Because they're going to be like, well, aren't you currently employed? And you're like, oh, yeah, but fuck them. Fuck them isn't really a good answer to give your new employer. Don't do that. Don't go that route. Don't say fuck them. Make sure you say, I got to give my current employer 2 weeks notice, but I'm happy to come in to start my training when I'm not there. And that makes you look a whole lot better. That makes you look an absolute whole lot better. Don't say fuck them. They are not going to respect that. You may not be able to rehire because you haven't given an employer 2 weeks notice. That is also true. You don't want to burn bridges that don't need to be burned. That is very, very important as well. 100%. We had one applicant in an interview, and she basically went 90% of time how horrid her old place was and how good it is here. We didn't pursue hiring her. Yeah, I will say this, if I'm interviewing somebody, I do not want to hear shit from them about their current job. I don't want to hear disparaging comments about their current place of employment. I'm not interested in hearing that. I don't want to know how bad your current job is. And the reason why I don't is, if your current job was great, you wouldn't be looking for a new job. So I already know your current job isn't sunshine and rainbows. Like, let's be professional about it. Like, when I had a job and I was looking for other jobs, I never walked in and said, yeah, it's about the money. I had a really great line that usually got me through the door on my cover letter. I'm looking for a place that can challenge me with, that can provide me with new challenges and opportunities for growth. I basically said I want something harder and I want more money, but I didn't say it. And I bounced around a little bit, like tick, 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 because you can't always get a job that's a good fit for you. I would rather make and this is just me, I would rather make $1 less an hour and have a job that's exciting and challenging rather than go to a job where I'm bored as fuck. I had an employer tell me in an interview, if employees leave the job, they are no longer eligible for employment. Yeah. I'm looking for new experience in the field. No normal boss will use they want to grow against you, and if they do, you don't want to work there. Right. And my boss, the boss that hired me for the marketing gig, no, yes, I absolutely got the job because of nepotism. I'm not gonna bullshit and offend anybody by saying I didn't get that job due to nepotism. I was fucking the boss's daughter. I absolutely got that job because of nepotism. But I had to interview for it like everybody else. And when I went in, the first thing I did when I walked in is I don't go to interviews. I never really did and go to interviews and have them run the show. I don't want them to run the show. I run the show. I was in marketing. So when I walked in, I always put my portfolio down, opened it up, turned it facing them. And in every opportunity that I could, I would do 6 to 8 hours of free work. And when I would put that portfolio down, I wasn't showing up to say, hey, I might maybe have some ideas. I showed up with, hey, I've had some ideas. This is what I'm thinking. There was one job, I didn't get the job, but I got a one-off contract. They saw the work that I'd done and they said, well, we want to buy the idea and buy the idea. No problem. You're looking for a red widget. I'm a yellow widget. I'm not going to be a good fit here. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think we're going to be a good fit anyway. So let's not pretend I'm going to be a good fit. And let's just get to the point where we acknowledge I'm not going to be a good fit. But you want to buy the campaign idea. Okay, well, we can do that as a one-off contract buy. That's easy. That's an easy deal. All right, I gotta open all these. Shrapnel or bounce? Shrapnel. Oh, pants. Oh, I didn't see what it was though. Burn. The unaligned fridge. The one with no pumpkin? I'm not sitting here. All right, let me make sure I open the rest of them. I'm not sitting here while all these open, though. I had something similar happen. I toured a plastic facility instead of employment and landing an ergonomics study to lower wear and tear to employees' arm and wrist. Yeah, you know, it's not funny, haha, but it's funny in a ironic sort of way, like how just a couple of changes and a couple of things about your life radically change where you end up with where you end up in life. I always assumed I would go to law school. I never ever thought I would be a teacher. I mean, obviously I had thought I might have been a college professor, but I never thought that I never thought that there was anything in the cards that would make me a grade school teacher. But I really enjoyed meeting a particular professor, and I had all of my credits required to graduate from college. I had all of my boxes checked. I didn't have all my credits. I had all of my boxes checked. I had all of my history requirements and pre-law requirements and poli-sci requirements, but I had to take 12 more credit hours because I needed to be at 120 for my degree. And I was sitting there, and I was young in college. I was really, really young. I had my bachelor's degrees before I was 20. And so I'm sorry, before I was 21. I was 20. So I was sitting there, and this nice professor walked over to me, and the professor walks over and sees I've got like a bunch of like note cards, and they all said minor. And I'm like going through the course catalog, and I'm tearing out pages, and this very nice professor named Professor Carroll came over, and she said, "Young man, I see you on campus all the time. I have no idea who you are. And what are you doing? Because I'm interested." And I said, I need to take at least 12 credit hours, and my scholarship covers 15. And I'm trying to figure out what the most valuable minor would be. I have room for 5 classes. I got to get a minor done in 5 classes. And I've got some options, and I don't know what to do. And she looks and she says, "I don't see getting a teaching certificate on here." And I said, "I don't really have any interest in getting a teaching certificate." And she said, it's 5 classes. It's 15 credit hours if you're already done with your core components. She said, "You look like the kind of guy who wants to have a plan and a backup plan and another plan. How is having a teaching certificate a bad plan?" And I looked at her and I said, "Okay." So I went to the education section and I said, "Which 5 classes do I need?" And she highlights 8 things and she says, "But these 3 are taken care of by your major." So that's what I did. I went down to the registrar's office and I signed up for, I signed up for the 5 classes I needed to get my teaching certificate. I went home, talked to my father, and my father was like, "Why are you doing that? You don't want to be a teacher." And I said, "But it's the only thing that I can do to fill in the 15 credit or the 12 credit hours." I said, "It's the only thing I can do that fills in the 12 credit hours that gets me another career option if everything goes to shit. And it can't hurt me." I took Dr. Carroll for 4 of my 5 classes. I went to a really small college, so she was the professor that was on the introductory classes that semester. At that point, I decided to not go to law school and I decided what I'm going to do is I'm going to delay going to law school. I'm going to get a master's in education, because what the law school had told me was, you're more than welcome to come here because you have the grades, you have the score, you have all the everything, but we'll hold a seat for you because some people might not respond very well to a 20-year-old in law school, because I wouldn't turn 21 until the fall. And I said, so how long will my seat be held for? They said like 5 years. I said, okay, well, I'm going to get a master's in education then, because if you know the way college works, you get a bachelor's degree and you don't have to have a master's. Having a master's degree isn't a requirement. You can go straight to law school and get a Juris Doctorate. You can get a PhD. Now, most of the time, in the way the world looks at it realm, they don't really consider your Juris Doctorate a PhD. That's more of like an academic, aloof sort of designation, but that's what it is. And so I said, well, that makes a lot of sense then. Talk to my advisor. I said, then it'll look good. I'll have a double bachelor's, a master's in education, and then I'll get my I'll get my Juris Doctorate. I just happened to fall in love with teaching, and I never went to law school. And then 9/11 happened, and some terrorist assholes flew some planes into some buildings. I went into the military, and you know what? I'm really glad that I went the route I did. I'm really, really thankful I went the route I did, because it gave me a life. I mean, I love the military. If my body wasn't in so much pain and they called me up and they said, we need you to come back, I would want to go back in a heartbeat. My body wouldn't survive it, but I would want to go back. So yeah, sometimes you're just on your road. Oh, you're fine. If you're on a phone, it's cool. I can speak typo. No, that's what we're not doing enough of. Like, we're not doing enough considering of how can we make choices meaningful. And we have to look at life in order to make video games meaningful. Like, think about, I'm gonna pick on Final Fantasy 14 for a second here. Think about Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy 14, every single scholar has the exact same story. Every single white mage has the exact same story. Look at the game Rift. Rift, you start off as a class, and then you specialize into like a subclass. That's a really cool idea. Like, Ashes of Creation is designed... Oh my god, I actually got one. Ashes of Creation is designed to make everybody kind of exactly the same. Yeah, Rift's class system was awesome. But we have to look at it and say, how can we make it mo better? I have an entire class design in my head for a game. And the class design is designed around the idea that you can get to the same destination as somebody else through different doors. But that doesn't mean you're going to go through all the same rooms. It just means at the end of the day, you're in the same place. And your experiences are different, so your spells are different. So your background is different. Like there's there's nothing that says you should have to get to the Seven Dwarves ride by going straight past the castle. Maybe you go to Pirates of the Caribbean first. Maybe you go to Tron first. Maybe you go to Breakfast first. Every class could fit every traditional role, but in widely different ways, and most were needed in the raiding. Some raids needed the rogue tank for some bosses, while another needed the warrior tank for some bosses. Yes, but that was a flaw. That was a flaw with the Rift system. I appreciate that they designed encounters for certain classes. But what that meant was, in order to clear that content, I now am forced to run a spec or a build or an alt that I don't necessarily want to run. And one flaw with Rift was that the Chloromancer was the strongest healer, but it wasn't nestled under the support, it was nestled under mage. And the Chloromancer was also, for a long period of time, one of the highest DPSs. So you literally created a class that rendered all the other classes. Yeah, it was the top AoE DPS and it was the top AoE healer. Which you shouldn't have. You should never have that. Would you compare the tactics class system, but instead of having 3 cleric, 4 monk, 5 time mage, you could have 5 cleric, 3 archer, 4 time mage, and change a few abilities in the final class? Yes. Okay. So, James, to give... sorry, guys, I'm going to nerd out for 1 second. In my belief, the way I think a game should be is you have 3 boxes of mages that you start in. Your mages can come one of 3 ways. 100% of your spells are innate, and 0% you can't learn anything more. So priest, cleric, witch, when you level up, you get a board, you can pick these spells, but you can never learn more spells because your deity, your demon pact, your whatever, your god says these are the spells you get. Now, this is important that you have these innate spells and you can learn none. I put this wall here because not only can you not learn other spells, you can't teach other spells. Because you don't view your spells as spells. You view your spells as endowments, as gifts. Now over here, you have a class that's 50% innate and 50% they learn whatever they want. But they can only learn up to a full complement of spells. So if we say the full complement of spells over here is at a max level character, we're going to say they can have 40. Well, over here, they innately will learn 20. They can learn another 20. That's in comparison to this class, that 0% is innate, 100% is learned, and they have no cap on how many spells they can learn. But as a player, you... there might be some NPC shops or guilds, or your guild, I'm putting guild in quotes up here, your player organization might create a guild, and in that guild they might decide to buy the magic library, and then from these classes they populate that library, because remember, they can teach, they learned these, but they can teach these, so they populate the library. Now the problem is, I don't know Fireball, but I know Fire Blast. Well, that's great. I don't need to know Fireball to know Fire Blast. But you need to go find somebody to, like, you see Fire Blast in the library, and you're like, I want to learn that. Prerequisite, Fireball. Well, where the fuck do I learn that? Why the fuck isn't that in the library? And the guy that put it in the library says, the fuck do I, like, I'm a Fire Warlock. I don't need to learn the shit in order. That's not how my class goes. So at the end of the day, you have 3 max level casters. This caster has had 100% control, right, over what they've been presented with. And this character has had 100% control over what they've been presented with and 100% control of what they've sought out. And this character only has 100% control of what they've sought out. But if that player plays long enough, their spell book is going to be ridiculously long because they know Fireball, Fire Blast, Fire Lance, Fire Arc, Fire Wall, Fire fuck you in your ass with the Fire Place dildo. Like, they're going to have, like, their page of fire is going to have 40 spells on it. Now, why would I want to play one over the other? Because that's only a snapshot of one little glimpse. The person on the end, they don't have a controlling deity or a controlling demon or a controlling power. They have figured out magic. They've figured it out. The people on the far end, like, hey, it's Tuesday. Hey, I need you to start this quest. I don't want to do that. I need you to start this quest. No, I ain't gonna do that. Where are all my heal spells? Fuck you. Fuck you, my friend. I said I needed you to go do this and you said no. So fuck you, no heal spells. Because all of your power is tied to a deity or a demon or a pact. Right? The people in the middle, they learn some innately because they figure it out. They're natural mages. Their classes are like druid. Their classes are like mystic. They figure out a little and then they can kind of learn. They're like warlocks. Now warlock is interesting. In my brain, you're a fire warlock. You can be a fire warlock, an air warlock. You can be a fire warlock pure, or you could be half fire warlock, half air, half fire, half earth. But if your primary field of magic is fire warlock, you can never take water because your greater warlock sponsor is like, the fuck are you doing? Excuse me, little bitch. I'm a fire elemental and I'm the sponsor of why you have power. You sure as shit are not learning any water spells. I thought of this from Dark Schneider in the anime Bastard. You're a warlock, you get all your power from a greater elemental. It sure as shit is not going to allow you to learn any spells that can hurt it. So you're a fire warlock. You will never learn any ice spells. You will never learn any water spells. It will never happen. You can't be endowed with them. You can't learn them. You find a book, Water Ball, and you go to buy it. And then you literally see it burst into flame in your bag. And then you just see the apparition of a fire elemental next to me. Like, don't try me, bitch. Don't try me. Here's your gold back for that purchase. Don't try me. When I've explained this to some people, they've loved it. Other people have said, I wouldn't want to be controlled like that. So you don't want any decision you ever make to be meaningful. Because that's what you're saying. You don't want the decisions to be meaningful. Well, one group of people don't have any to make any meaningful decisions. You're right. They don't. They do not. That's because that's their freedom. Their power comes... Bold of you to assume they'd give the gold back. It's because I don't want to punish the player. I want to punish the character. I don't want to punish the person behind the keyboard. It's why I've said, if you're on the left and you learn all your spells innately, you never have a cost. You level up. It doesn't matter if it's a 5,000 gold spell or a 15,000 gold spell. You learn it because you're your sponsor, your patron said, I offer you these. Now, is everybody going to always going to have access to the same options? No. If you started as a dark priest, as a shadow priest, and you took all the level 1, you get, say, 4 spells, and you took all shadow spells at level 1, you don't get level 2 healing at level 2, because your deity is going to offer you, hey, in case you want to go down this healing road, but if you want to keep endowing yourself with shadow power, here you go. I like it due to the idea that 1 can't have it all and 2 of the same can have their own value and just have specific spell or higher. Yes, exactly. And that's the thing. 1 person has a never-ending quest to follow the world, to travel the world, to learn new spells. 1 has more powerful spells, but they have this commitment of you've just been pulled into content you don't want to do. So then your guild leader is like, hey, Jay, I need you to come heal. Sorry, I can't. I have a mandatory thing I have to go do. We'll do it, and I can't be quick about it, man. I don't know. Well, then some people are getting content other people aren't getting. And who said anything that I'm not going to need help for it? I'm just the doorway. I'm the doorway to the content. It doesn't mean that I can do all the, it's not like personal content. Hey, guild, I'm gonna need you guys to come with me. What? I got summoned from my god. My god said, I need your help. Somebody in another faction, somebody defiled one of my god's temples. Would a magic crafting system, would a spell crafting system be able to work? Yes, it would. Salty Bread, I have in many, one of the books over there, one of my scribble books, I have worked out, a spell crafting system. Not 100%, not like the numbers are balanced, but a level 1 spell, you start off with blast or bolt. If you go down blast, what flavor do you want it to be? Ice, water, fire, stone, and you go down that road. Now, people have said, well, I would make them as powerful as I can. Well, here's the thing. How much freedom do you want to give the player? If you increase the damage here, you increase the cast time here. If you put the damage all the way to the end, well, that's cool. You have a 30-second cast time. And there's a big fucking arrow above your head. And you can't move. If you go all the way over on damage, how far is the range? And if you want to know where I draw that from, there is a spell in Rifts called Annihilation. Annihilation is a completely broken fucking spell. It costs more mana. I'll call it mana just to keep it simple. It costs more mana than the average caster will ever have. It has no ritual version, so you can't cast it at half mana. Only 4 classes out of like 300 magic users can realistically cast it in combat, and if they do, it realistically becomes the only spell they cast for that day, and they have to go regenerate. But it's a fuck you up spell. I think there's nothing wrong with that, but I also believe the way magic is done in most MMOs is terrible. That helps solve the issue of guilds and players fighting for the same content. Yeah, because Kevin Zambada, he is the creator of Rifts, the tabletop game. He has he had this magazine that came out quarterly or half yearly, I think it might have been, called The Rifter. And in one of the Rifters, he talks about, isn't magic completely overpowered? And his answer was, yes. Yes, it is. You're talking about a person who by mid-levels can think into existence skin-tight armor that they can be shot at by dozens of people. And then when you break their armor with a thought, they can regenerate their armor again. And they're throwing fireballs and they're calling down lightning. And they're killing swaths of people. And they said, well, why wouldn't everybody want to be a magic user? Because look at the alignments. Look at the alignment requirement. And that's a piece that didn't make a good transition to tabletop. You want to be a necromancer. Your alignment requirements are evil. What does evil mean? It literally in the book spells out you don't have friends. You betray everyone. Well, in tabletop, if I know what your alignment is, and I'm a good GM, on my side of the GM screen, I have all your character names, and I have all your alignments. I have them on my left-hand panel. So every time you go to take an action, if I think your action goes too far past what your alignment allows, then I make you throw the appropriate saving throw to see if you can even take that action. I'm a diabolic evil necromancer. Okay, I'm cool with it. And I've decided that I'm going to risk my life to save Frostpaw. Okay, why are you doing it? Well, because I want to. Nope. You simply can't take that action because you aren't playing in accordance with your required alignment. Why are you taking the action? Frostpaw has in his possession a journal from a mage that I know has a spell that I want. Okay, now you're not risking your life to save his life. Now you're risking your life to acquire the journal. Now you can take the action because now you're playing in accordance with your alignment. That's the piece that is really, really, really difficult to bring over into bring over into an MMO. That's the piece that we forget about. Why are you cooperating? So how do you translate that into a video game? Well, if you absolutely feel you have to, then people of different alignments, because they chose their alignment of character creation, they take a combat penalty, a stat penalty, a proficiency penalty when they're in a party with people of the other alignment. So if you're chaotic neutral and you're in a party with virtuous good and diabolic evil, you all are casting a penalty to everybody, and you're all taking a penalty from everybody because the three of you should not be in a party together. So then we say, well, what if we want the players to decide how their alignment is? I think that's a better idea. I think then have you changed people's alignment based on the decisions they make? I do. In the games that I primarily storytell, there's a wonderful spell. I think there's an equivalent in Dungeons and Dragons, but there's a spell called Curse of the World Bazaar, and if you fail your saving throw, the GM basically can literally like rewrite your alignment. And the trick with that is, if I rewrite your alignment, you can no longer use your diabolical evil spells. Like, a lot of the spells require sacrifice. You have to sacrifice a living person. Well, you're now a good alignment because you've been acting good. And here's my GM pad of all the times you've acted outside of your alignment. And you got hit with a Curse of the World Bazaar. Now you're a good alignment. Well, now you need to sacrifice somebody on your weekly thing to maintain your power infusion. You have to make a saving throw. And when you operate outside your alignment and you're good, there's other penalties. That's the piece that doesn't make a good translation to tabletop. So you have to focus on how are we going to do that. As Salty Bread said, you have spells that require multiple players to cast. Yes. Absolutely. I thought Ashes of Creation had hit upon this fairly well with the idea of group summons. I thought that was a great idea. Will the players trust each other enough to cooperate? Really, my big complaint with MMOs is there's no... It seems like nobody is making games that have personal development choices. I think the two MMOs that have done this incredibly... Or, I'm sorry. The two games that have done this incredibly well, Baldur's Gate 3 and Star Wars The Old Republic. I'm gonna be honest with a lot of you. Most of you dirty perverts, you found out that there was a sex scene possible with Shadowheart, so you were doing saves all the time in case you went and did something that Shadowheart disapproves of, so you could reload your save because you just wanted to get into those panties. Like, don't lie to me. You know you did it. The other one was Star Wars The Old Republic. When you're... And I don't know any of the other stories. When you're a Sith Inquisitor and you've got your Jedi Padawan that you're basically corrupting, and what are you trying to do? You're trying to get into her panties. Well, that's not entirely bad game design, because it shows that the players are still interested in operating inside of alignment with standards, morals. It was good. It was good that they did that. Damn it. It was good that they did that. I think you could do more of that in an MMO. One class that's probably treated worse than magic casters are artificers. More often than not, they're not even in the game, and if they are, they get a musket with fancy bullets or something, and that's about it. You're right. You are right. How do you feel about a game in alpha starting to spend money on ads for an alpha? I think they're fucking dumb, and any game in alpha spending money on ads is literally borderline mongoloid IQ, because you don't have a product. Marketing 101, you don't spend money driving hype when you don't have a product. Marketing is for one thing, and let me back that up. I misspoke. Advertising. Advertising is spending dollars to get somebody to do something, then that is to sign on the line that is dotted. If you have a fucking game that has been out for years, right? Correct. If you're spending money on ads, you're not in alpha anymore, you're in early access. And that means you have to be willing to put your big boy panties on and take all the fucking shit that you're about to take for it, because people are going to shit in your mouth because you're spending money on an incomplete product. And what that does is it reeks of desperation. It absolutely reeks of desperation that you need more money. Advertising dollars are only ever spent to capitalize on more dollars. That is why I tell people you must have a plan for return on investment. And if your wife played multiple Baldur's Gate multiple times to see them all play out, your wife's a dirty pervert, but that's okay. And you can tell your wife that the streamer said she's a dirty pervert, and that's okay. If you're spending money, marketing, hold on, just so people don't think I'm bullshitting. This right here is one of the best books you can ever read on marketing. It's called Guerrilla Marketing. It's by a guy named J. Conrad Levinson. And I wish that you could more easily see my copy of it, but my whole copy is marked up to shit. Like I've studied this book for years and years and years. Like one of the things, guerrillas post signs in places where there is high visibility and no cost. Marketing is all the things you can do without spending money. Advertising is all the same things you do that come with a monetary cost. So I'm going to give you a real quick example of the difference, right? And this is what's important. Let me go to that one, and then let me go to that one, and let me go to... Okay, so marketing is all these things that I'm about to show you. Let me start here first. So, say somebody went over to my website to read an article right now. They go to my website, and this right here is marketing. What it shows is that I'm live, and it only shows I'm live when I'm live. I'm actually really proud of this. Although there is a problem because I don't want to send a cookie. I don't want to do it that way. But for the most part, once I'm live and you go back to the site, it'll do a check that I'm not live. But it's everywhere that I can put it. It's absolutely everywhere. If somebody likes Arcade 101 and they go over to Arcade 101, right? They see that I'm live. And then on my version of Linktree, right? My version of Linktree, when I'm live, has the full embedded player. If you close it, there's my version of Linktree. Now, I did it that way because I own the domain Jalan.com. And so I send people there. And then if I happen to be live, if I'm not live, they can find my Twitch. If I am live, holy shit, there he is. That's marketing. Because that was no cost, or it was such a low cost, the cost can be disregarded. But if I were to then go to like MMORPG.com and say, hey, I would like to pay to have my stream embedded, that's advertising. What's my return on investment going to be? Let's say that costs me $1,000 every 4-hour show. That would be dumb as fuck. The reason why that would be dumb as fuck is because I don't make $1,000 every show. If I was making $500 a show, and by investing $1,000, I started making $3,000 a show, that'd be a smart investment. So for a video game company in alpha to start advertising is dumb as fuck, because... Oh, thank you. Look at that. 4-2? I'll take a 4-2. for a game company to be advertising when they're in alpha is dumb as fuck, because why can't you get eyes on your project, right? And why are you unable to get eyes on your project through zero cost marketing? And if you I'm gonna be a dick. There's only one way that I can accurately do this to show what I'm talking about. Let me go here. Why isn't it not? Okay, and then okay, I want to show you something, and I'm not intentionally trying to be confrontational, but this is something that they're gonna learn. They can either learn it the hard way or they can learn it the easy way, right? Once Human has 1.8k viewers on Twitch. Ashes of Creation has 184. Ashes of Creation has less than 10% of the viewer base that Once Human has. But why? Because the people running the Once Human marketing team know how to do marketing. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. One game is good, one game sucks. Not necessarily. Right? Not necessarily. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have 15 streamers streaming Ashes. This person's irrelevant. This person's irrelevant. This person's irrelevant. This person's irrelevant. This person gets to be the first relevant at 4. 4, 5, 5, 6, 6. 8, 14. This person maybe, but this is really your first relevant streamer. Right? $442. There's more people watching one Once Human show than there are people watching all of Ashes of Creation. 78 to 184. So these three channels, right, have more people than Ashes of Creation. And why is that? It's because one's a complete game. One's a finished game. One's a game in alpha. Steven is not going... 600 people watched the last live stream. Is that it? Only 600 people watched the last live stream? That can't possibly be right. That can't possibly be right. No. The one yesterday? The one yesterday, they peaked at 2.8. They peaked at 2.8 and they had an average of 2,000. So, yeah. But what I will say, and they had 2,000 people watch their live stream when they have over 100,000 people bought into Alpha 2. Between Alpha 1 and Alpha 2, over 100,000 people. That's That's the number that we need to worry about. But why would people want to watch? Let's just be honest. I'll just be critical from a marketing point of view, not from a game development side, but because I'm not a game developer, I'll talk about it from the marketing side. People have been watching you bullshit for 7 years now. People have been listening to you lie to them for 7 years now. Leaderboards are coming. You shut down the whole project. No, it's fine. That's why when somebody, I think it was a good faith statement. I think you made a good faith statement. Yeah, and that's the point. That's why I wanted to stop you, because we can make the exact same point you're making if the number is 2,000. We can make the exact same statement as if the number 600. 600 to 2,000 isn't changing the severity of the statement. It's just changing the empirical data that supports it. The data, the point is supported at 600, 2,000. In fact, I would even go so far as to say, until Intrepid gets over 10,000 viewers for their live stream, they're failing. Because YouTube's coaches will tell you that you want 7% of your followership to be the minimum views on a video. In fact, now that they give us more advanced metrics, they want to, you want to make sure that whatever number is the people who watch that are subscribed to your channel, that percentage needs to be 7% or more. Like, I will be the first person to say, my YouTube videos suck ass. I am not trying to go viral. I think somewhere in one of the articles I wrote, I said I'm too old to trend, and I'm too old to lie. I'm not gonna blow smoke up your ass to get YouTube followers. But if you have 100,000, well, hold on. Let me use numbers. Let me use actual numbers. So if you have 108,000 followers on your Twitch channel, and you're only getting 3,000 viewers, that means you have retained less than 3% of your audience. That's terrible. Like, my numbers are terrible, but I was an ArcAge creator, then I was an Ashes of Creation creator, and now I'm once human and I'm politics. My numbers are going to be all over the place. If you're a company that's doing one show, one product, your numbers need to be better. So then they're going to pay for advertising? For what? For what? You already have the ability to mobilize a massive campaign. Honest to God, who the fuck hasn't heard about Ashes of Creation? Do they honestly believe there is a market out there of people who haven't heard about it that are likely to start following the game? Like, who the fuck thought that that was the right idea? How about you have 100,000 backers who are pissed off at you because you only have, and you know they're pissed off at you because you have 100,000 backers, but you only have 2 servers up. You've never put a server in Europe. Do you think Europeans are suddenly going to feel like they're being taken seriously if they find out that you still don't have a server in Europe? There's such a thing as too much marketing if you want to build hype. Eventually the novelty wears off. I'm going to give you one better, Salty Bread. And this is a hard one for some people to get. We did a Ryan Cabrera, who was hot for like 15 minutes 20 years ago. He was coming to the mall I worked at, and he was going to perform 6 songs before he went to his concert downtown. He was going to do 3 songs, go in the back, meet some people, come back out, 3 songs. And having a background in marketing, I literally said, I literally said to the guy's name was John. He was the director of marketing for the mall. I said, hey, John, what's the return on investment for the mall? And they said, what do you mean? I said, what's the return on investment? How much money does the mall have to make for this? Because between the expense of booking him and the expense of marketing it and putting it on the radio, and he's like, you don't get it. And I laughed. I visibly laughed. I was like, okay. And he's like, what, you think you know marketing? And I was like, dude, I'm a mall cop at the moment because I'm a reservist and I can't get a job because people are afraid I'm going to get deployed. I said, what you don't know about me is I actually have a background in marketing. I just got back from basic training and I don't want to work in marketing anymore. I said, but you're going to spend an awful lot of money, extra security, police, advertising, but what's the return? Because you're putting him in the Fields Court, which is near nothing except Auntie Anne's pretzels. That's the only thing people are going to buy. They're not coming to the mall to shop. They're coming to the mall to see Ryan Cabrera play. We had like 4,000 people jammed on one side of the mall. In the end, it ended up costing the mall money. Because by the time they got done paying for the 12 cops they had to pay for security and be traffic marshals, they had every security guard working that day. They made no money. Having a person perform in a mall at a scheduled time in the year 2000 and something is radically fucking different than Tiffany's, and I know I'm dating myself, Tiffany's mall tour where there were still record stores. And what did the record stores sell before Tiffany showed up? They sold out of Tiffany shirts and out of Tiffany posters and out of records. Cassettes probably more likely. The mall didn't even have a fucking record store. So the one fucking industry that could have benefited from a music artist coming to the mall didn't even exist. Advertising, which is where they're really talking about, advertising has to be done exquisitely. As somebody just said, it might even backfire because some gamers might log in or find out about it and find out it's $100 buy, and that might be a turnoff for them. Here's the other turnoff. You haven't even made the decision whether or not you're going to open a fresh start server. Are you fucking dumb? And I don't give a shit if I hurt Steven's feelings or Margaret's feelings or John's feelings or Ryan Ogden's feelings or Jason Carmanis, who's one of their own. I don't give a shit. If you're going to spend advertising dollars on bringing new players to the game, you have to have a fucking fresh start server on the day they show up. Because do you know how fucking livid MMO players will be that just paid $100 to get into testing to find out they're joining a server that's been ass jank backwards? Are you for real right now? You're gonna sell more access and you're not gonna have a fresh start server? The fuck is wrong with you? Like, who's making that? Like, I don't care who's making that decision. They're a fucking moron. And if they get their feelings hurt because I choose to use the word fucking and moron, then they can put their big girl or big boy panties on, and they can understand that I'm gonna say to you, you're a fucking moron, right? You gotta, if you're gonna advertise it, you gotta open up a fresh start server. Where Rail said they don't even have money to open a new server, I don't believe they have enough money to continue development, so they're using the last remainder of the money they have to push advertising to try to get more money. They're going to fall on their face. They're going to fall on their face. I imagine, I'm not saying this is going to happen. What I'm saying is more likely rather than less likely is going to happen is that they're running out of money. They have no more equity to sell. Steven has personally guaranteed, I believe, a loan, but it could be something else. And when you go from estimated having 100 staff members to having 250 staff members, that's a lot more fucking payroll money. I will be right back. Fresh start is the easiest way to get back old players. It's idiotic not to do it. You're absolutely right. It is idiotic. It is idiotic to not do fresh start servers at any new testing interval. Because despite what Steven says, despite what they say, they're full of shit. When they say we're getting valuable data, no, you're not. As a project manager with more experience than anybody on that team, and unless one of them is going to bust out a resume that shows they were managing 300 plus simultaneous projects globally. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be an arrogant prick, but when you don't have time to talk to 300 sites and you have to be able to rely on data-driven decisions means stoplight charts. I will tell you right now, the very first thing I would do if Intrepid Studios hired me, which they never will, I would look at every department head and I would say, this is what a stoplight chart is as far as I'm concerned. This has got details on how you report it. Make all of your shit red. And then make all your shit red. And then you don't make it yellow unless it fulfills 100% of the terms in yellow. And you don't turn it green unless it's 100% of the requirement to be green. What does green mean on a stoplight chart? It means you never have to touch it again. Green means final form. It means it's done. It is launch ready, right? It means if I say go, you need to spend exactly 0 minutes and 0 seconds touching that system. Well, it would only take us 10 minutes to sum it up, to button it up, then make it yellow. With the caveat, amount of time to green, 10 minutes. That's it. That's what a stoplight chart is. You cannot say, yeah, nothing better than joining an ArcAge server 2 months in. You cannot say something is ready and then follow it up with, but it just needs more time. We're getting valuable data. How are you getting valuable data? The first group of people geared this way and leveled this way. The second group of people leveled differently. Well, we're getting iterative data and shut the fuck up. No, you're not. What you're doing is you're cobbling together Gigo. Garbage in, garbage out. There is a reason why we reset and we get clean data, and we reset and we get clean data. Because if you say my data is good, but I ask, how did you get it? Oh, well, we had this build, then this build, then this build, then this build, then this build. And I say, okay, can I see the data from this build, this build, this build, and this build? Oh, well, we didn't parse it that way. We didn't segregate the data that way. We didn't store it that way. Well, then you're fucking morons. I'm sorry. There's nothing wrong with not understanding how to properly manage something, but you can't say we're making data-driven decisions when you're flipping things backwards and forwards in a period of 3 days. So who was the data analyst? When did you build it? I want to remind people, and I'm not trying to be a jerk off here, but if you discover a problem on Monday, if you say you discovered the problem on Monday and you're launching the fix on Thursday, you did not make data-driven decisions. You made grab my ass and grab my balls and pray decisions. And sometimes you have to make that decision. There are times and places where you have to make what's your gut say? There are times where your boss looks at you and says, best guess. Really great example of this is the movie Under Siege 2, Dark Territory. They've got like 6 possible satellite locations left, and the admiral is like, well, we've got to pick one of them. And the guy says, you pick. And he's like, and he snaps his fingers. He's like, now. He's like, Gamma. The guy had no reason to say Gamma any more than the other 5, but he picks. He was wrong, but he picked. Like, look, if you make me guess, my best guess is this. I want you to know I'm not going to guess. All 6 of these options are equally weighted. You're the boss. You own the decision. Hey, in my opinion, this one has about a 5% chance more likely. Hello, I am new here. What are you talking about? Well, why don't you just sit back and relax and just kind of dial in. I'm not going to repeat 10 minutes of conversation. Just try to like ease in as we go. But advertising for an MMO that's in alpha, what's going to be the rude awakening for Ashes of Creation is Steven's going to try that shit where he's going to say, he's going to keep saying to people, but be patient with it. It's still in development. Well, if it's still in development, why are you spending money advertising it? And then what's his answer to that going to be? Yeah, Steven's nod looking at a monitor with the matrix code scrolling, but yeah, we're getting good data. You can't, and if people keep making excuses, and that's what they are. If people keep making excuses for Ashes of Creation, it's never going to get better. What needs to happen, and the player base will never abandon him, but what needs to happen, he needs to say, I fucked up. That's what he needs to do. He needs to say, I fucked up. And then he needs to say, shit, how do I unfuck the pooch? And the way you unfuck the pooch is by looking at what you have and recognizing, honestly, without being offended, without being upset, is you need to look at it and say, you know what? What the player base is telling us is right. We need to take the damn alpha offline for we need to take the alpha offline for 3 months. Asmongold has already said he's coming back. In fact, didn't he already return? I thought I saw some. Yeah, I thought he said he was coming back. I mean, I know he made some YouTube videos. But do I think that Intrepid Studios will try to get Asmongold and others to play the game during November? I imagine that after the last time of all the hoopla of did you pay Shroud, did you pay this person, did you pay this person, I imagine the reason why they said we're going to start advertising the game is they're going to try to pay streamers to play the game. That's my guess. That yes, they are going to try to get some big names. They are going to try to get some big names to cover Ashes of Creation. And the really big problem is, as my TI used to tell me, you can shine a pile of shit all day, but at the end of the day, all you have is a shiny pile of shit. if you don't have something worth showing off, then what are you going to show off? And where people get mad at me is I call ugly babies ugly. One of my good friends, her first granddaughter was just born, and she's like, all babies are cute. And I'm like, no, not all babies are cute. Some of them are actually quite unattractive looking. Like, you want to say what exactly? I don't know why you would be doing, excuse me, a marketing push. I have no idea why you would be doing a marketing push until you're in beta. Because remember, if you're using, and Salty Bread will tell you if you think I'm bullshitting, alpha and beta testing are radically different benchmarks of what you should be doing. In alpha, you should still be of the mindset that an entire system can be scrapped, taken back to square one, and completely rebuilt when you're in alpha. When you get to beta, the time to completely scrap a system has come and gone. Unless you can get more money but then you have to take your product out of beta and put it back into alpha and say, look guys, yeah, alpha is the fuck around and find out what works phase. And does it play good? Is it received well? Could it be fun? Beta is, this is it, guys. You can add a, like, when you're in alpha, you're making pasta. Are you making pasta in shrimp, or are you making pasta in chicken? Are you making Alfredo sauce? Are you making marinara sauce? Are you making garlic sticks or garlic bread? By the time you get to beta, your choices are really, you can add a little salt, you can add a little basil, but you're not, the chicken's already cooked, man. The chicken's already ready. The garlic bread is up in 4 minutes. The only choice you might have is you might want to open up the oven door and add on a little garlic, but you're not changing the menu at that point, unless you have the money to put that product back into alpha. Asmongold isn't a gaming streamer anymore. I would agree with you. I would agree with you. I also would say this, and I'm not saying Asmongold would absolutely do this, but I'm saying, in Karthos, you tell me if I'm being incorrect with the psychology. I think what has a very high possibility of happening with Ashes of Creation is that Asmongold tries to play it. He gets fucked with, and then all the unresolved, unsettled shit that he has comes out, and its target is Ashes. Asmongold will absolutely get zerged. He absolutely will. I haven't been keeping track of the fucking train wreck. How's Pirate Software now? Has his decline stabilized, or is he still shitbird of the hour? I'm not sure about who he will target, but it's likely to be something directly in front of him. Yeah, absolutely. He stabilized around 3 to 5, 2 to 5. So he still has a sizable audience. Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. Pirate Software still has a sizable audience. Because somebody could look him up on Twitch Tracker. He's probably still in the, if they number down to 100. 2 to 5 is still a lot of money. Viewers don't mean shit, really. Not to, you can have 5,000 viewers, and if you don't have the appropriate conversion of subscribers, then it doesn't mean shit. You also, I've seen people with 300 average viewers making their mortgage payment. Followers don't matter. What's his viewer count? There's many times that I want to just nuke my entire follower count and get these 8,000 followers I have from Arcage out of here. And that way I know that the people who are following me are likely to show up. Oh, so he still hasn't stabilized. He's still in free fall. Because 15%, 25%, that's still bad. He is very good at starting to judge him when the product's released, but what do people when it doesn't? Well, yeah, and Jason, James, I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. Steven took a pot shot at me, and you'll notice that there has been neither an apology nor has there has been neither an apology to me nor has there been an explanation of the investor thing. Unfortunately, I'm not a large enough creator to I can't create a big enough of an issue where Intrepid would have to actually answer what was said. Now, take that he has 12,000 active subs, then that's a good metric. Because that lets you know, and that I'm not defending him. I don't like him. He's not my friend. We don't go out for coffee. But if you take you apply to the Ashes of Creation content creator program, I didn't have to. All I will say is I didn't have to, and the answer wasn't a no, and I'm gonna leave it at that. I didn't have to. And my answer wasn't no. So, we can leave it at that. Why would I want to be in their creator program though? They don't really want to ever explain anything to anybody. Steven's really good at not calling people a liar, but he says people masquerade the truth. But go PM Steven a copy of the last YouTube video I did and ask him if he's ever going to answer it. The answer is no. If that video got 3 million views, he would have had to have answered it. I just don't have the reach to make somebody ever answer anything. I don't have the audience to compel an answer. That doesn't mean I'm not going to make the video. I know that I've burned every bridge I have with Intrepid. The truth of the matter is, the moment they sent me an unsigned, you know how many content creators he would answer just because someone created a video? Yeah, about 3. The ones that he has answered. Narc, who's the other one? He's answered on 3. The trick is he won't answer the video I made because what answer is he gonna give? He literally got caught in a statement that said, I don't have investors, and yet I can give you the name of the investor and how many shares of stock they own and on what days they acquired those shares of stock. So how do you say I don't have investors? So, at the end of the day, I don't particularly give a shit because I put between my wife and mine accounts. So every private company should answer to any content creators' questions. They should answer to when they've fabricated the truth after they've literally accused people of masquerading the truth. When you say things that are factually untrue, because things can either be true, they can be false, or there can be a different perspective that makes them true. For example, when it comes to a privately held company, there's two types of shares of stock at a privately held company. Well, I mean, there's dozens, but you have preferred stock and you have common stock. When there is a perception that you've said, I don't have investors, but then the first deal was made for common shares of stock, and the second deal was made for preferred shares of stock, then why would you want to ever give money, time, effort, resources to a guy who isn't telling you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, who's giving you some variation or version of the truth? I would prefer the answer of fuck you, it's none of your business. I'd be like, yeah, man, that's big dick baller energy right there. Why go ahead and on 4 separate occasions foot stomp, I don't have investors, when you had investors, potential investors, investors by the legal term you had prior to the Kickstarter, investors by the colloquial definition you didn't have until after you didn't pay them and they converted the debt to shares. But either way, if we go the straight legal definition, you've had investors since before Kickstarter. So, do they owe you an answer to a content creator? No. Do they owe you an answer because you're a consumer? I would say yes. I know who they are gonna know an answer to. I know that when the... Why does this even matter? Would you have even covered this topic if Steven didn't mention your name? If Steven hadn't said that I was masquerading the truth, I would have had no reason to start making Ash's content again. But because Steven decided to say I was masquerading the truth, that's some bullshit. But what's funny here to me, Yerd, here's what's funny. Somehow you're having a go at me because I have an opinion, but you're not having a go at Steven, who masqueraded the truth. A go. You're coming here to talk to me about it. Why don't you go talk to him about it and have him answer his 4 times he said, I don't have investors? If you're a consumer, if you're a customer, if you support the project, if you make a statement like every private company should answer to any content creator's questions, why don't you go and ask Steven, why did you masquerade the truth? And you brought up, tell me, Jalan, how do you know I haven't already talked to him about it? That's a gross assumption. Really? What'd he say about it? By the way, you assume I made an assumption. All I asked is, why don't you go over there? You already made the assumption. The information doesn't matter. I didn't make an assumption. Why are you assuming I've made an assumption? I said, why don't you go do X? All I said is, why don't you go do X? Where's the assumption you haven't? Where's the assumption that you can't have a second conversation about it? See, man, you're not smart enough to come onto my channel and try to play logical games with me. Don't do that. That's a bad fucking play. That's a bad thing to do. You're like, I'm not going to talk to you now because you made an assumption about me, but I can't articulate when you made the assumption. Oh, you mean that thing I was doing where I wasn't having any assumptions? Where I was having a conversation where I said, go talk to Steven, and you said, what makes you assume I haven't? I didn't assume you haven't. Again, I assume you can talk to somebody multiple occasions. So, you said the information doesn't matter. The information you clearly don't have or aren't willing to share. So don't try to come in and say, I have talked to him, I have a secret. You either talked to him or you didn't. You'll either say I have or I haven't. You'll either say I have the information or I don't, and then you'll say I'll share the information or I won't. Either way, I don't personally give a fuck unless the information becomes publicly known. Great, one person has it. Steven didn't have any problem saying it to Massively OP twice. Didn't have any problem saying it in his own Discord. Didn't have any problem saying it on a Reddit when he was literally saying it's really heartbreaking that people say that I made my money through MLM when I can find multiple instances between 2009 and 2012 where he was making in excess of $350,000 a month in MLM, but I can't find one instance ever. And if somebody has it, I would love to see it so I could say, all right, research has shown that he was in real estate. I can't find one thing anywhere that lists his name in any deal like real estate developer of the year or up and coming realtor of the year. And of course, real estate deals are going to be not public domain like MLM would be. Maybe he was doing MLM in real estate. He very well could have been. He very well could have been, except at the time, he's listed as Zango. And again, I don't give a fuck if you sold Zango products. When he got confronted about the Zango product thing, he gave an articulated answer. He said, I was not selling Zango products at a period of time where they were under investigation by the FTC. And because he made that statement and I looked into it, he's not lying. I can't find any public information that he was still selling Zango products when Zango was being investigated by the FTC. So he's more than happy to share that information, but not the investor stuff. That's his call to do. That's also not an exoneration. Okay, I'm gonna disagree with you there because for me it is. For me it is. I don't have anything that ever proves what claims he made about Zango. Did any business associations pop up beyond Intrepid? Yes, but I will not mention the one that I found because he has chosen not to mention it. And if he has chosen not to mention it, that is an aspect of his life he has not made public domain. So in my opinion, it's not open for discussion because he did not say in a Massively article or in another article, oh, I did this as well. He chose never to mention it, so people can go find it, but it's not real estate. So if someone's gonna come in and be like, start this bullshit with me, like the loaded question, did you apply for the Ashes of Creation content creator program? No, I didn't have to. I personally don't give a shit about the game. If the guy wants to apologize to me, and like I said, the guy can call me a fucking crude, crass, vulgar, insulting, condescending, sardonic. He can call me all those things, and I'll say, thanks, pass the butter. But you say that I masqueraded the truth? Oh no, fuck you, man. Fuck you. I take my integrity to a ridiculous level. I would say a company who's investigated by the FTC, there's a trend or habit. Hold on. Shit. There's a trend or habit at that company. If you worked before the investigation, you probably did those same activities. If you worked there after, you chose to work there knowing the reputation. I agree with you, but here's the problem. I did not know about MCI WorldCom's bullshit, right? While I was loosely associated with MCI WorldCom. I did not know about their bullshit. I didn't know about it. And I didn't leave because I found out about it. I left because of the ass pain with dealing with them. As a rep, I left because of the ass pain of fucking about with them. When I got asked later on by investigators, I said, I will happily give you all of my records, but you have to subpoena them because I have an NDA. An NDA doesn't protect me from a subpoena. And a subpoena, people gotta like not freak out about subpoenas. All a subpoena is a legal document that says this is the scope of the things we want. You, even when you get subpoenaed, you can still say I'm not giving them to you. I'm gonna go to court and I'm gonna argue that I shouldn't have to give you these things. It's like they're not as big as this fucking thing that they make out in like Law and Order or CSI. But all they did was say, yeah, we're gonna need those records. They went, they got a subpoena, they came back, I gave them the records. Never got in any trouble. I didn't know about their bullshit about signing contracts where it said your free nights and weekends started at 6 p.m. and then them back changing the contracts. I never back changed them. I would never do shit like that. That is not how I operate. If I sell somebody a phone and I put them on a contract that says, you have free nights and weekends starting at 6. I'm sorry, you have free nights starting at 6 and free weekends. Yeah, they back changed the contracts. Instead of making it so your free nights started at 1800, they back changed them so that they started at 2200. Well, I didn't know that. I left the company because of all the fucking billing issues. I was an independent rep. I left after the probably 6 weeks because I was getting so many complaint phone calls from people saying they're being charged 10 cents a minute for 4 hours every night. I was like, oh, I ain't gonna deal with that shit. I see what Karthos is saying. I think we have to be careful though. I'm not gonna say somebody new because their website is down. I don't know what statements they ever made about the effectiveness of Zango. I do know some people were selling Zango and they honestly believed Zango helped cure cancer. Yeah, it's illegal. You can't backdate change a contract. It's absolutely illegal. Once a contract is signed, it's considered binding. Well, okay, let me back that up one step. I'm not your lawyer, but I have stayed at a Holiday Inn Express. If the contract has to be filed somewhere, a contract doesn't become valid until it's filed. Also, a contract is not valid until all parties have signed it. So I offer you a contract, you sign it, you send it back to me, and then I realize I'm not going to sign it. Now we enter into the what is the nature of it? Is it a sale of a piece of property? Was it made in good faith? Did I sign my side in good faith? And did it include the depositing of earnest money? Because if you accept my earnest money and my signed contract, regardless of if you've signed it and sent me back a copy, it's considered signed by you because you've accepted the earnest money. Now, it's considered signed, assuming it's 100% in alignment of what you sent me to sign. Now, if I've made a change to it, well, then they have the right of refusal for any changes or edits. So there's a lot there, which is why I would say I would never speak out. Yeah, that's the distinction that needs to be made. His statement wasn't there during the FTC stuff. To me, he didn't say, I left because I didn't like what they were doing, or I wasn't aware of it based on the statement alone. I don't see it as exonerating him. Okay, then I see where you're going with it. You're saying that him leaving doesn't exonerate him because he's never specified I left because of X. He said I wasn't there during the investigation. I can agree with your perspective. I don't have to agree with the perspective, but I can agree with how you're seeing it. And that's an opinion. You want 10 more words, and you're perfectly entitled to 10 more words. You're absolutely perfectly entitled to want those next 10 words saying, hey man, it's nice that you said X, but did you know? And truthfully, I think a lot of people give him a lot of shit for the Zango stuff. And that's fine. People can give him shit for the Zango stuff. But that's what happens when you start making statements and then more and more stuff starts to pop up. Like, okay, you said no investors. Then you've sold 9.7% of your company and preferred stock off. Have any of these other people taken a cut of the money? Yeah, it's the I hate pancakes thing. He never said he also hates waffles, so I'm not going to assume that unless he says so. And that's perfectly acceptable. Is now that you framed it, you're not... What you're doing is you're choosing to not give him the benefit of the doubt. I think that's where we're trying. You're choosing to not give him the benefit of the doubt. The benefit of the doubt never has to be given. You never have to give it to somebody. It's not a requirement. Some people will give the benefit of the doubt. Some won't. And it's perfectly acceptable either way. I give people, like earlier when James made a statement about viewership, I gave James the benefit of the doubt because his argument was solid, just the empirical number might have been off a little bit. And at the end of the day, an empirical number being off a little bit doesn't invalidate the point. Yes, somebody said the same thing earlier this week. I think it was that same person. But since it's not harmful, I don't care. But if people don't want to offer you the benefit of the doubt, you've given them the benefit of the doubt on other stuff, but that statement just sounds much like, why does... I gotta remap my... That statement sounds just much like, I'm gonna tell a true statement so I don't have to tell the rest of the truth. Did I see that there was a guy who got the Steam achievement for owning 40,000 games? That's crazy to me. I can't even sort through the couple of thousand I have. I did that big, what the fuck? That big support Ukraine charity thing like 3 years ago with like 1,000 games in it. I gave away a lot of the game copies, but I ended up with a ton. Yeah, it's absolutely insane to have. But no, I don't mind. See, the difference is now that I don't give a shit about being an Ashes of Creation content creator, what am I gonna do? How could I honestly be a creator for that program right now? I don't believe in the program. I don't believe in the game. I don't believe in the product. Even if the game launches, it's not going to be the game that people kickstarted. The node system, the settlement system has been cut by about 29.6%. That's a lot to cut out at 7. That's a lot to cut out. That's a lot to cut out of a system. And that's one system. I don't think the game is going to launch. I think they will launch something. I think they will put out something. But the Ashes of Creation that I used to cover, that's never launching. Because that will never exist. Unless, for some reason, they have a massive amount... Unless, for some reason, they have a massive amount of quest content that they've made the conscious decision to not put into the game. And then the other one, they keep changing core systems. Yes. And then the other one, how are you going to not, like, when Ryan left the company, I think his name was Ryan Wainick, when he left the company and he said they completely started over after they moved to Unreal Engine 5, although the dates in his comment are wrong, you completely started over when you moved to Unreal Engine 5. Why wouldn't you just say, this is our plan? We've done a lot of prototyping. We're moving to a new engine. We found out what's going to work, what's not going to work. We're starting over. Why would you not just say that? But instead, you're gonna not say that you're starting over. you're deliberately, specifically going to say everything is ported over. Well, why the two truths then? Because either Ryan Wainick is lying, and if he lied about your company to the point where he said you guys started over, I would assume that that's damaging enough to your company that you would want to take action against him, both for violating his NDA. Because I think, my personal opinion, the statements he made violated his NDA. Because as I was taught as a boy, waist high to my father, NDA stands for never discuss anything. If you have an NDA, you don't ever actually admit anything. Is it true that you work for Boeing? I can't say. And you don't even say I can't say. Is it true you work for Boeing? Why are you so interested about where I work? I had a guy, he worked, and he said, I work in garbage disposal. That's all he ever said. I work in garbage disposal. He didn't want people to know what he did for a living. I work in garbage disposal. You just don't talk about work. So either the statement he made was defaming or the statement he made was true. I just find a flat denial disposes of 99% of people's curiosity. You're absolutely right. A flat denial, but a flat denial oftentimes is a lie. And for some people, that's okay. What's a good weapon for this lunar event? Anything that does AoE. If you're doing the lunar event, you want something that does AoE simply because... Or if you're talking about the bosses, if you're talking about the ads that come out of the ground, something AoE. If you're talking about if you're talking about the guys by the chest, you want something single target, high damage, because you need to be able to burn them down quickly because they have incredible accuracy. Hey, we have to start over with the engine swap. Goes over a lot better than this is all you have to show for 10 years of development. Yeah, that's a really, really good point. It goes over a lot better to say, okay, guys, you know what? We learned a lot of stuff and things aren't going to work. And then all you got to do is give people 2 or 3 nuggets about what's not going to work. But what they didn't do was go dark. Look at what Chrono Odyssey did. Chrono Studio realized they were supposed to launch. Okay? Let's not fuck about with the reality of Chrono Odyssey. They were supposed to be in their pre-launch window now. They're supposed to be they were originally supposed to launch this year. Their first beta was so bad. They literally said, "You know what, guys? Based on all the feedback, we're going to go iterate." And that's what they did. They went and they iterated. And then just this week they got asked for a status update. And their status update was baller as shit, man. Their status update was we're still working. Like, how fucking tits and cheese is that status update? Hey, what's the status update for the game? Yeah, we're still working. That's our status update. What is the other one? Like, we're working. If Unreal Engine 6 comes out before Ashes, you'll cry. As I said, the fact that they've said that they're going to move into advertising lets me know that it lets me know an awful lot. It lets me know that they need resources, because advertising only comes with advertising dollars comes with the intention of ROI, return on investment. If you have $100,000, you could either spend that $100,000 on the game, or you could spend that $100,000 hoping that $100,000 nets you $300,000 or $500,000 back. Well, in all honesty, why? No, he meant 7, that it's going to take them so long to develop. They're going to be in development all through 6, and they still won't be ready to come out when 7's ready. You missed the joke. And the truth is, instead of trying to do, and again, I've asked you guys this, nobody's ever been able to tell me, I don't know if any of you give a shit. Did they say that the Riverlands will only be a level 30 zone at launch? Or is it only going to be a level 30 zone for testing? Because either way I'm concerned, but one I'm way more concerned than the other. You don't know and you don't care enough to find out. There you go. And that's really the crux of the issue, isn't it? I don't know, and I don't care enough to actually find out. I love that I've had to stream for 5.5 hours to get credit for 4 hours. Okay. Don't shoot me, I'm your friend. There we go. But no, if people want to fucking come in here and try to have a go with me and do logical fucking... Like, just don't. Like, I don't have any reason to be nice to you. I don't give a shit. If you want to say fool-ass shit to me, you're just gonna get it right back. I'm no longer in the mood to deal with people that want to come in with derogatory front-loaded questions and then not like the fact that they get is exactly as much as they try to give. Like that one movie with Mr. Bartz. I don't have any feelings you can hurt. Like, there's nothing anybody can come in here and say to me that'll hurt my feelings. If I was the type of person whose feelings could be hurt, I wouldn't fucking stream. But you want to act a clown, I will fucking own you. You never thought Arc H2, you'd play Arc H2 before Ashes of Creation comes out? Yeah, Arc H2 goes into Korean beta testing soon. Trademark. Anytime after Tuesday, right? We don't know the exact date for the Korean testing, but it's Q4 of this year. Now, I will say when it comes to Arc H2, I'm not exactly in love with Arc H2. And the reason why I'm not in love with Arc H2 is because Jake Song is no longer with XL Games. I don't like... Yeah, I mean Chronicles, Arc H Chronicles. It goes into Korean testing this quarter for a launch, for a next year launch. And the only reason why I think they're slow rolling Arc H Chronicles, my gut feeling tells me that they don't want to launch 2 MMOs in the same half year. And so, because Kakao Games is the publisher for Chrono Odyssey, and they're the publisher for Arc H Chronicles, but they own XL Games, then they don't want to walk on their own game launch. So, I think a big part of that is smart play. Like, don't walk over your own game. Yet let one game launch, and then, honestly, and this is, you can do cross-game marketing with the idea of Chrono Odyssey comes out, you no doubt are going to lose a bunch of players. You're absolutely no doubt going to lose a bunch of players. But what you can do is you can follow up the Chrono Odyssey lost players with an email out to them. Because as long as they haven't exempted out of emails from you, which companies should always honor, it's dog shit when they don't. But you have this product and people leave it. Well, what you could do is you could send them an email that says, Cacao Games offering you 2 alternatives for your MMO. Now is a good time to return to Chrono Odyssey. Here's all the changes. And announcing the launch of ArcH 2. At the end of the day, they don't give a shit what product they get you into, as long as they have you on one of their products. Like, they can do a lot with that, because they can also, ArcH 2 gets a little bit of the advantage, because what they can do is they can listen to the last minute updates, feedbacks, complaints about Chrono Odyssey, and they can say, is there enough time for us to fix what's wrong with our game? Like, obviously, you're not going to be able to do a full pass on the combat, but you could absolutely, if it's like an ancillary system, you could say, we're seeing a lot of feedback from Chrono Odyssey. They don't like this, and our system is very similar. What should we do? And that's a good one. That's the same thing with Square Enix. Square Enix has now done 2 MMOs. They are talking about doing a third one. A third Final Fantasy. Well, that means they know now what pitfalls they're facing. They know which things to not do. They know which things work well. They know which things work poorly. Like, for example, I always thought the Final Fantasy XIV class system, where you had to, like, to be a scholar, you had to be an arcanist and a white mage. I thought that was good. I thought that was a good system. But a lot of people didn't like that. Well, now they know people didn't like that. Now they know what they should do, what they should and shouldn't do with elite classes or advanced classes. And they would only a studio that's run multiple games will have the data from their own customer base. It's not like they're guessing. They have that information. So, with that said, I want to thank everybody who always comes and hangs out on video game days. It is a lot easier to stream when you have a core audience. I also want to say that although there's a lot of people that are complaining about lurkers because lurkers aren't counting towards the viewer count, I love lurkers. If you're just sitting in the background and you don't want to say anything and you don't want to be known that you're here, totally cool. I never want you to do anything that makes you uncomfortable. I will say that if you have people that act the way the individual did, those people, they just are shitbirds. They're going to come at you. They're going to confront you. For some people, you ignore them. Ignore them is great. I will never ignore shitbirds. It's, you know, it is what it is. You pop in and out because you like the general design talk. I love general talk about video games. There's a couple of game developers who I've developed really good friendships with. They've seen a couple of my videos. We talk. I steal all my ideas. I don't give a shit. Benchmark them. If there's 5,000 words over there and 500 of them are valuable to you, take them. I don't give a shit. I'm not particular about, you know, getting credit. Like, take it. Think it's a good idea? Take it. Depending on how my hands feel, And if the server is up tomorrow, I'm gonna try to take a look at Eternal Tombs, because I can't take a look at it when it's in public testing, but I have content creator access. I think. I really didn't see too much of that. And then Monday politics, and then Tuesday onward till I beat it, is Final Fantasy Tactics. I will see you guys maybe tomorrow or definitely Monday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.